This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel?
Here.
Kincaid?
Here.
Klinkhammer?
Here.
Larson?
Here.
Lewis?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Strobel?
Here.
T-Wall?
Here.
Von Hayden?
Here.
Worthman?
Here.
Jean?
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Monday, September 21st, 2015 session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its Monday night sessions, the Council conducts public hearings and holds public discussions in which we seek the input of the public in order to help us make our decisions, either tomorrow at our legislative session or at subsequent legislative sessions. Tonight, the Council does have several interesting topics on our agenda. We'll be almost nearing the completion of our comprehensive plan update, a project that has been in process for over a year. We're almost at the end of that process. We'll be hearing about a new creation of a tax incremental financing district and discussing a potential deer management plan. So we look forward to hearing your input on all of those items this evening. We do welcome you who have joined us for the evening, and we want to thank Community Television for making these proceedings available to the public via the community television and on the internet and on the airways. For those of you who wish to speak tonight, I will briefly review the protocol. When I introduce the item on the agenda that is of interest to you, council members will hear a presentation by a member of staff, and then we limit ourselves to a couple of questions each, in which we try to dig a little bit deeper into that item. But as soon as possible, we turn the item over to the public and welcome your input. At that time, you may approach the podium, which is right in front of me. We just have you politely let each other go up to the podium. There's never been a problem. People just take turns, and it seems to work out just fine. When you do reach the podium, please state your name and your address. We have a 5-minute speaking limit in chambers. We find that this instills a fairness so that people at the beginning of the meeting get the same amount of hearing as people at the end of the meeting. We find that it instills quite a bit of fairness. So your 5 minutes are available to you. You do not have to speak for 5 minutes, but they're available to you. We help you mark the 5 minutes by a lighting system. When you begin speaking, there's a green light. When you've gone through your 5 minutes and approach the last minute, the light turns to yellow, and when your 5 minutes are up, the light turns to red. That just helps you kind of gauge your own wandering. People sometimes get pretty passionate about what they're saying, and time slips away from them. When the red light is lit, I will politely ask you to bring your comments to a close. However, there are often questions, so if you would linger at the podium, it gives me a chance to ask council members if they have questions of you. Our questions just help us learn more. They are not meant to drill you or embarrass you. That is not our point. Sometimes we just have a clarifying question, and sometimes we don't. Lastly, if you have something you want to say tonight, but you don't feel comfortable speaking, there are written comment sheets at the back of chambers. They're on a blue piece of paper. You can write your comment out and leave it on the back table. They will be collected and delivered to us prior to our legislative meeting tomorrow. The written comments are given equal weight to your oral comments, so if that's a more comfortable way for you to communicate, please feel free to do that. If you need any help, Ms. Merle, who sits right here, will be able to help you with any questions. Except maybe what to make for dinner. Or maybe that too, I don't know. And there are agendas printed at the back of chambers if you like to follow along on our agenda, and there are also hearing aid devices if you need those to help you hear a little bit better. So I think with that introduction, we'll get going on our interesting evening, which begins with item number 1, a public hearing on the updated City of Eau Claire Comprehensive Land Use Plan 2015. Mr. Tufte.
Good evening. On the city website is the update of the comprehensive plan. Council's been provided electronic versions. And we did bring hard copies. For anybody that would like a hard copy, Kathy has them available. If you actually print the document, it looks like that. There are quite a bit of typos and other minor changes we're still finding in the document. And those corrections are being made. And if any council members find typos, please let us know or give us your copy so we can get those corrections made as we go through this process. Council approved this the public participation plan for this project more than a year ago, and it included interviews of over 50 persons, and that included all the council and plan commission members. The Plan Commission created a 40-member Citizens Advisory Committee. They had 10 meetings over a 10-month period. We held 2 community forums. The Plan Commission actually held discussions on the plan at 27 meetings over the past 2 years. City Council, this is meeting number 4 for you in terms of the comprehensive plan. And then specific chapters of the plan were reviewed by Waterways and Parks Commission, the Parks chapter, Landmarks Commission, the Historic chapter, Advisory Commission on Sustainability, the Sustainability chapter, and the Eau Claire Healthy Communities Council, the Health chapter. The plan does contain the 9 required chapters of state law, plus the additional chapters we have in our 2005 comprehensive plan, which includes a downtown chapter, urban design, and governmental cooperation. We have added a new chapter, neighborhoods and districts, in the 2015 comprehensive plan, and it emphasizes the need for the city to continue and to strengthen its efforts in our older neighborhoods and older commercial areas. The existing chapters on sustainability and healthy communities were actually added at the end of this document. They will still remain a freestanding document as we go forward, but we added them at this time simply because they were reviewed as part of this planning process. And there were changes made to the sustainability plan, minor changes as part of the process. There were no changes made after review of the Healthy Communities Plan, since it's a relatively new document. Tomorrow, Council will be provided for consideration and ordinance to adopt the comprehensive plan, which is required by state law. The ordinance notes that the plan should be amended from time to time as may be necessary to reflect change in land use or planning in the community. Again, I remind Council, planning is a process, not an end document, so keep making changes to this through time. The plan also was adopted for the purpose of guiding future land use decisions as stated within the plan. Tonight, I'd like to go over a few of the changes in the plan when compared to our 2005 plan. If you go to the summary, this is summarized in the introduction and summary chapter at the beginning of the document, those changes. And I'd also like to note a few of the tasks that would be started this winter if the plan is adopted. And those are listed in their entirety in the plan implementation chapter. So the first thing on the screen are some of the changes. And again, these are just examples. There's quite a few others, but just to give you a flavor of what has changed in this comprehensive plan. Prior to the actual working on the comprehensive plan, we spent over a year and a half working with the 5 adjacent towns based on the agreement Council approved with those towns to do sub-area plans. And the work that was completed with those towns then simply got folded into this planning document as part of the comprehensive plan document. And the best way to show the change that has occurred is to simply take the 2015 land use map, which is here, and put it right next to, I got to move this, to 2005 map, 2005, 2015. And you can see the majority of the changes in the land use map, which is the heart of a comprehensive plan, are on the periphery of the community, because we've folded all that work with the towns and the Plan Commission on these sub-area plans into this document. Some other examples the plan suggests is to improve Galloway Street as a complement to Birch Street. Galloway Street is a more direct route to the downtown. By improving Galloway Street, you'll take traffic off of Birch Street, which runs through the middle of the North Hills neighborhood. And they would probably like that relief in terms of the traffic in that neighborhood. The plan suggests a new neighborhood playground on Folsom Street. Let me zoom in on that. This is Folsom Street to the north. It's right across the road to the south of Roosevelt School, elementary school. And you can see how there's two trails, one that we just built and another one that's planned that would actually connect into that park site. So that's something that the plan suggests the city should be looking at in terms of a future park site. We also know the school district has capacity issues at Roosevelt and may need more land to expand their schools. We have a small park next to their school now, and that might help those folks out. Again, the plan does have a new neighborhood and districts chapter. It provides policy to improve housing and businesses in our older neighborhoods. And its first suggestion is to convene several meetings of a neighborhood task force this winter to start that type of effort in terms of identifying programs that we could do to help in that effort. We do have a new downtown map in our downtown chapter. And it shows the various programs and projects within the downtown area, an example being the next master planning that we should be doing for long-term redevelopment of the downtown area. North Barstow District is east of Barstow and north of Madison. It's an example. And there are other redevelopment areas suggested in the comprehensive plan. Another simple example in the planning document has to do with some of our retired churches, schools, and other non-residential buildings. We know of at least 4 that will be occurring in the next couple of years. What do you do with an old church in the middle of a residential neighborhood? And again, this plan provides consideration of alternative uses for those buildings. As I noted earlier, there are minor changes in the sustainability chapter. They reflect the work program of the Advisory Commission of Sustainability, which reviewed this document. Finally, then, I give a few examples of some of the actions that we would start this winter if the plan were to be adopted under its present form. Airport zoning. Right now, Eau Claire County and the city of Eau Claire have different airport zoning regulations. Airport Commission has different desires for the development of their property, and we believe the 3 of us should get together and find a common set of standards for the development of the airport. Street trees, we found there is some gap in the planting of street trees within our single-family subdivisions, and when and how they should be planted is something we should talk about this winter. Commercial design standards. This is a long time needed policy provision for the community, both a set for the downtown and our suburban commercial areas. We believe should be started and developed this winter. The Neighborhood Planning Summit. That's the primary recommendation out of the new neighborhood chapter, and that chapter does a nice job of describing what that summit would entail. And we believe we should start organizing that group this fall and have their meetings begin this winter. Landmarks District, opt-out properties. There are 2 landmark districts within the community, of which a number of properties opted out of. And that creates concerns with the Landmarks Commission. They have some ideas on how that should be addressed, and they would like to bring that forward next year. Parking standards. The Plan Commission would like to review and update the city's parking standards. They were created in 1990. and would like to add to those parking standards transit demand management provisions. And then finally, rental registration and inspection. The health department has provisions in place where we regularly inspect our rooming houses, and we believe we should consider creating a program that would improve our housing stock in the community by expanding that type of a program. We did receive one letter from the county at the Plan Commission hearing, which we included in your packet. The Plan Commission did recommend approval of the document, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tufte. Questions for Mr. Tufte? Councilmember Willis?
Our comprehensive plan goes way beyond what state law requires, correct? Because we really would only have to do for land use plans, and we have so much more in with the health chapters and stuff. But I'm wondering, when you take a look at the statute, it says anything that comes up that is a different land use than is in the comprehensive plan actually needs to either be turned down or we have to amend the comprehensive plan. Is that something that we do? Is that how we handle the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
The state law requires any land use decision of the council, which is typically zoning, subdivision, official mapping, to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we inform developers in advance of such submittals that requires a comp plan amendment. And we have brought a couple of those forward in the past. And there's actually in this planning document, through meetings with the Plan Commission last winter and spring, several changes in the land use plan that came forward as part of developers saying they feel their property would be better developed with this classification, and this map reflects those changes. So.
Can I have a follow-up?
But the other things that aren't regulated actually by that law, we don't have to actually amend the plan for. If sustainability wanted to do something that wasn't in here, you wouldn't say no because it's not in the comp plan or something.
That's correct. This sets up policies, programs, things to be considered. It becomes a work program, for example, for the Plan Commission. Typically, we bring those things forward to be considered, but the Plan Commission often has a lot of other things they want to bring forward, and we bring them forward. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you, Mr. Tufte. It's an extensive document. The one thing that you mentioned was the county letter with all those the concerns and that. And the one thing that I noticed in there, which I guess I would kind of maybe how did you answer some of these things? The density issue, where it's 5 per acre in the city and 2.5.
I talked to the county planning director this morning and explained that the density standards in the plan document he was referencing are assumptions that were made in determining how much land was needed for the next 20 years for the development of the community. They're not a policy, they're not a provision, they're just assumptions. And I explained that the 2.5 acre assumption for areas outside of our city limit are based on all land. In other words, some of that land's going to have roads, some of it will be not developable because of floodplain or steep slope. And I also explained we assume about half of that area outside the city limits, but within our sewer service boundary, it won't be developed in the next 20 years because the property owners simply will say, we want to keep farming it, or we don't want to develop it. So that's why the assumption in terms of that density outside the city limits is relatively low. When you look at that same assumption inside the city, it's a 5 acre density standard, and that's because it's based on actual parcels, because we have an assessor that gives us parcels. So it's a much smaller area, and here we assume much more of it is likely developed. Probably not all of it, but much more of it, and that's why the assumption is a higher density standard.
Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Tufte, for your leadership and everybody who joined you on this journey to get us here. I was able to attend several of the meetings that you had and appreciate just a true labor of work to get us here. My question has to do with some population data and really specifics of kind of how we use that demographic information as we have in one of the first chapters. you and I have exchanged a little correspondence about my interest in seeing, how, in specifics, the Latino population is reflected here in this chapter. And I guess thinking ahead to the next, hopefully 5-10 years, when perhaps some meaningful immigration reform will happen, and perhaps we will then have more quantifiable members of the Latino population on the books. What would then trigger some, I guess, reevaluation for a significant population change or demographic change that the city would then look at and say, okay, so now we have kind of a big population change? What would trigger that?
We base our demographic analysis on census information. So every 10 years, we get updated census information, and then we use that with the update of the planning document. The information, thus, in this planning document is from the 2010 census, so it is actually 5 years old. We try to keep it current with other demographic information we may get from, say, the state or whatever, or information we keep track of in terms of dwelling units constructed and things such as that. But
sure. Yeah, so we might just be reliant on that official census data. I know that in Eau Claire County, and specifically in the city of Eau Claire, we rate higher than the increase from 2000 to 2010 compared to the rest of the state. The rest of the state was about 75%, and the city of Eau Claire's difference was 106%.
yes.
And so it's something that, I think the city ought to be abreast of, especially if we have, again, some national policy change that would affect the lives of our community members here in that way.
I'd agree. I know Eau Claire community was very good back in the early 70s with the Hmong population as they came into this community. They represent about 4 to 5% of our population at this time, and created many programs to address that population when they first came in the community, and many of them still exist. So yeah, I'd agree.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. Mr. Tufte, this is a 20-year plan. Is that correct?
It's a 20-year plan, which we are required to update every 10 years. We do a 5-year review of that plan implementation chapter, and the Plan Commission reviews it annually in terms of its work programs.
And may I? So, and the reason I ask that is because there are opportunities. It won't be 20 years before we look at this again. In 5 years, there'd actually be an opportunity, and there's a community process of involvement in that as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. In fact, when we did the 5 years ago, we actually reconvened all the members from the original Citizens Advisory Committee, and quite a few of them came back and went through the accomplishments of what had occurred in the past 5 years, and then came up with ideas of what we should continue to do over the next 5 years. And again, it was about a year process through the Plan Commission.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes. With the map you have up right there, can you tell if there's a lot of difference from the 2000 map to this map of where the multifamily, especially the medium to high density, does this change any of the locations of it? Does it move it from certain neighborhoods to other neighborhoods? Or how consistent are we with that old map?
The maps in terms of eliminating any, I don't believe it eliminated any. It added quite a few new areas because of the sub-area planning effort we did on the periphery. And it also added policy statement that said these commercial areas are appropriate locations for mixed use, residential mixed use type development, and added policy in terms of review of multifamily development within even the red areas. We had been doing that based on a zoning code in the past, and now the plan itself also reiterates what our zoning code is. So there are substantial more areas based on those changes in the community for multifamily development.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tufte. I think we'll move to a question about whether there are members of the public here to speak about the comprehensive plan update.
Hello, my name is Janeway Riley, and I live at 311 Garfield Avenue in Eau Claire. And I'd like to comment on what I would call the great lie about tax incremental funding being free to the taxpayers. Would the taxpayers be better off funding the Confluence Art
Ms.
Center?
Riley,
What?
I apologize greatly, but we're on, the item before us is the comprehensive plan, the land use plan. Perhaps you thought we were discussing, our next agenda item does
Is funding?
relate to, yes.
Well, then I give up.
Yeah. I'll call on you first, though, for the next item.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cheryl Leonard at 2729 6th Street in Eau Claire. This really wasn't what I was coming here to talk about, but the subject of the deer management, and this kind of comes hand in hand. The playground on Folsom Avenue, or Folsom Street, that they're talking about putting in, I take my grandson over to Roosevelt all the time, and there's a very nice playground there. And I'm questioning why we need another playground across the street, where when the new bike path came through, in one area we took out 57 healthy trees to build that bike path. That's on First Street. Down on the Folsom Street, we've taken a large amount away there as well. We have a small herd of deer in that area, and we continue to take more and more of their land away, and then we wonder why we have a problem. A new playground, to me, isn't necessary. The one at Roosevelt is perfectly fine. So, like I said, I wasn't going to talk about this, but when I heard, I wondered why they had taken out so many trees in that area, and now Mr. Tufte answered my question. So I guess it's when we're making plans like this, let's think down the road, how is that going to affect everything that comes into play there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Anyone else to hear?
Good evening. My name is Jim Dunning. I live at 164 Wold Court in Eau Claire. I'm a member of the county board, and I was part of the Citizens Advisory Committee as the county rep in developing this plan. I'm here to speak on the item that Chairman Moore, Greg Moore, sent to the City Council in April, and I believe it's part of your packet, concerning the zoning on the changes of zoning in the vicinity of the courthouse. In 2005, there was an agreement made as to what the zoning should be, and this plan changes that. And we would like it to go back to that particular zoning. Basically, what it says is that that area to the north of Lake Street and to the west of First Avenue, basically the houses that are between the parking lot and the streets would be still zoned as county courthouse zoning, as opposed to residential. This agreement has been the result of many years of negotiations between the city, and in 2005 the city changed that to what we're requesting, and this plan changes that now. So even though we don't have any plans for any expansion of the courthouse into that area, we remember the difficulties we had in the last expansion that we had, and we don't want to repeat that. So that is why I'm here to request that you make that change back to the original zoning. And I believe there's Chairman Moore's letter is there, and I believe also you have a letter from Mr. Gurney, Lance Gurney, Director of Planning and Development, who's requesting the same thing.
We do have all those supporting documents in our packet, and
okay.
We appreciate that you brought that into focus.
Okay.
I'll just see if there are any questions.
Okay.
There don't appear to be, but we will be deliberating tomorrow afternoon, as is our custom, and we'll incorporate your letter into our deliberation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning.
Good evening. My name is Helene Smyer. I live in the historic Randall Park Neighborhood neighborhood, and I'm president of the Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking right after Mr. Dunning because I'm going to ask for just the opposite. I would ask that you keep what was decided in April in place, particularly because he stated they have no expansion plans. And at this time, based on that entire chapter where we're hoping to revitalize the neighborhood, we really need those houses on First Avenue to be houses to have the impact of a neighborhood when you come across Lake Street. It's a major artery. So I disagree with Mr. Dunning. I just would like that on record. And then I have just a few comments to make on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. First, we're very grateful that the older neighborhoods have a chapter devoted to revitalization, as this is something no neighborhood association could tackle on their own without major city input. Second, the idea of having a variety of leaders and experts focused on creating a comprehensive approach for this redevelopment and a possible development corporations are bold and exciting ideas. That the city at large recognizes the worth of these historic areas speaks to the importance of preserving diversity in our city. And then last, the fact that policy change is being considered in regard to services such as alley maintenance, parking, code enforcement, and rental registration and inspection are all areas that help improve the quality of life in older neighborhoods and the health, welfare, and safety of all renters. Maintenance of rental homes in such a high volume area as our neighborhood is very important, and we're happy that you're considering these changes. Our association unanimously recommends approval of the bold ideas and the possible changes in policy recommended, and we thank all who have worked on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smyer. And I see no questions for you, but thank you for your input tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment on the comprehensive plan update? Well, stay tuned tomorrow for our legislative session at 4 o'clock, in which we will deliberate and debate on the items in the plan and the comments that we heard tonight. Seeing no more discussion on item 1, the chair will close that and move our attention to 2 public discussions we have for the evening, beginning with item 2, a public discussion on the adoption of an amendment to the project plan for the Tax Incremental Financing District Number 10 and the project plan for the creation of the Tax Increment Financing District Number 11. Mr. Winzens.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid, Jay Winzens, Finance Director. Before you this evening is a public discussion on proposed amendment to Tax Incremental Financing District Number 10, as well as the creation of a new Tax Incremental District, that being Tax Incremental District Number 11. Just a little background about the process and the state law concerning both the amendment and the creation of tax incremental districts. Both the creation and the amendment of TIDs are covered in Chapter 66 of the statutes. The creation of a TID, as well as the amendment to a TID, require a public hearing before the Plan Commission. They require a designation of the TID boundaries and approval of a project plan by the City Council. They require approval of the project plan also by the Joint Review Board. The Joint Review Board is made up of members of the city, of the county, of the technical college, and the school district. So it has to be reviewed by a number of different entities, and because as part of the TID process, the overlying taxing jurisdictions basically give up their portion of the tax levy on the increment created. Those entities have to basically bless the plan and say that it's okay. Once again, as Mr. Tufte said concerning the comprehensive plan, this also is a plan. It is a living document, and it does not commit the City Council to any specific project or any specific expenditure included within the plan. We are not proposing any appropriations be made at this time or any authorizations to spend any money. Tomorrow evening, when you consider the resolutions approving the project plan for the creation of TID 11 as well as the amendment to TID 10, there are no appropriations or expenditures authorized within those resolutions. Tax increment financing is a mechanism that municipalities have to pay for public improvements and to attract additional development and redevelopment to their communities. A project plan must include many different items, and the City Council was provided the project plans electronically. They are available on our website if any individuals would like to review those as well. But the project plans must include a listing of proposed public works or improvements, economic feasibility study, a list of the project costs, methods of financing and the proposed timing of the project costs, map of existing uses and conditions of property, map of proposed improvements and uses, any proposed changes to zoning ordinances, master plan, building codes, or city ordinances, any non-project cost, a plan for the relocation of displaced persons if the city intends to acquire property as part of the TID plan, how the plan promotes the orderly development of the community, an opinion of the city attorney on whether the plan is complete and complies with the statutory requirements, and also approval by resolution by the City Council, including various findings, and we'll talk about what those findings are in a little bit. Project overview. At the present time, Tax Increment Financing District number 10 runs along the south bank of the Eau Claire River, along the east bank of the Chippewa River, comes back up, and at the present time comes east along, basically along the southern edge of the Lismore Hotel, and then comes up Farwell Street back to the river. So at the present time, this area is all located within Tax Incremental District number 10. And I just want to reiterate that at the present time, the Lismore Hotel is located within Tax Incremental District number 10. What we're proposing is an amendment to Tax Incremental District number 10 to remove this area from TID number 10. So the new boundary of TID 10 would run along the river as it does now, back up, but we'll continue back up to the location of the Confluence Project, and then east on Eau Claire Street back to the point of beginning. So basically would take in all the frontage along the Eau Claire and the Chippewa rivers. This area would be part of TID number 11, and TID number 11 would continue south down to Lake Street, across and take in what used to be the Wood Motors property, which at the present time is a parking lot as well as a museum on this corner, and then back up Farwell Street to Eau Claire Street in that area that was formerly in Tax Incremental District number 10. Within TID number 11, and I'm going to talk primarily about TID number 11 because really the only changes that we're making with the amendment to TID number 10 is the territory that I just showed on the prior map. So the summary of the capital costs within TID number 11, we're proposing total expenditures of about $2.1 million for capital costs. Those are broken out by property acquisitions. We would be looking at potentially acquiring the U.S. Bank drive-up facility located just north of the municipal building. Lighting and landscaping, $750,000 would be improvements to that particular area where the U.S. Bank Drive facility is, to create a town square in that area. Looking at $1 million total investment for parking improvements, and those would be capital improvements to the Gibson Street or Farwell parking ramp located across the street. So the total expenditures are for capital items are proposed to be $2.1 million. Cash contributions are proposed to be $3.5 million. And as we've discussed several times, this is an alternate financing mechanism to fund a portion of the city's contribution to the community arts facility. It's not additional money. It's only another mechanism to fund a portion of that contribution. A map of the proposed improvements within TID 11. As I just mentioned, funding is proposed for a portion of the community arts facility if necessary, and that facility would be located along Gibson Street and Graham Avenue. This is the area that I just mentioned. The U.S. Bank Drive-Up facility is located here. Parking and mostly blacktop and parking is located in this particular area. And we would propose that this area become a plaza or a town square. And make some aesthetic improvements to this particular area. The Gibson Street parking ramp is located at this location. I think as we're all aware, the Lismore Hotel is undergoing a significant renovation, and there are a number of exterior improvements to that property, really making it look beautiful. And I think that there are some improvements that we could make to our parking facility that would that would be consistent with the improvements that the owners of the Lismore are making to that property. And then two sites for potential redevelopment. This is the site of the current bus transfer facility. And there's a study underway right now to take a look at alternate locations for a bus transfer facility. No locations have been selected, but if a location other than this is selected for that facility, that would make this site available for potential redevelopment purposes. Also, the site I previously identified as the former Wood Motors lot is a municipal parking lot at the present time. We believe that this site is a potential redevelopment site, and both of these sites are identified in the comprehensive plan, which you just heard a presentation on, as potential redevelopment sites within the downtown. Summary of the projected development within Tax Incremental District number 11. The Lismore Hotel, we're estimating an increment value on that property of $10 million. And then projecting 3 other projects involving developments on both the Wood Motors as well as the bus transfer site, totaling $11 million for total projected development of $21 million. And then this table just summarizes the tax increment that we're projecting. With the total of $21 million in new value, we're projecting a total amount of tax increment of $9.8 million. One other thing that I want to point out is that Tax Increment District number 11 being proposed is a mixed-use district. It's not a blight district, so you're not going to hear any talk from me about blight tonight, thankfully. But it is a mixed-use district, and a mixed-use TID, unlike a redevelopment TID or a blight TID, has a maximum life of 20 years. Whereas, as I said, a blight TID or a redevelopment TID has a maximum life of 27 years. So actually, those properties that we're moving from TID 10 to TID 11 will be back on the tax rolls sooner than if we did nothing. They'll actually be back on the tax rolls 7 years sooner than if we didn't move them. This is a summary of the projected tax increment, really summarizes the sources of funds and the uses of funds. This column indicates the balance, or the estimated fund balance within this TID. And then this column right here, called the break-even question mark, indicates when this TID, we're projecting this TID will break even. And as you can see, we're projecting it will break even in year 20. Now, somebody might ask, why does this go down 22 years? It has to do with when you receive your final tax increment from a TID district, and because of the way property is assessed and the timing of that, you actually get 2 years of increment beyond the final year of your TID. Existing land uses within the downtown. This map is out of our downtown plan, showing that most of the area that we're talking about here is commercial or public. So pretty much all the land that we're talking about is currently in a commercial or in a public use. Existing zoning within the proposed tax incremental district is almost exclusively central business district, with one area zoned P for parking. One other thing that Tax Incremental District 11 contains, as well as the amendment to Tax Incremental District 10, is a relatively new concept within the TID statute, where expenditures can occur within 1/2 mile of the boundary of the tax incremental district. This allows communities flexibility to meet other community needs from the increment created within the TID. Some communities have established revolving loan funds for neighborhoods. Some communities have made direct investments in neighborhoods by purchasing properties that might be deteriorated or blighted, demolishing them, and perhaps making the lots available to Habitat for Humanity or for resale. So those types of activities are permitted within the TID statute. Doesn't mean any of it has to be done. It's just a permissive thing. But if you're going to do it, you need to include that language in your project plan, indicating that you may expend funds within a 1/2 mile boundary of the district. Required findings. We'll probably talk a little bit more about this tomorrow night. But tomorrow evening, in the resolution that we'll be asking you to adopt, will contain various findings that the City Council is required to make. One of those is that the project plan is feasible and in conformity with the master plan. So the tables that I just went through, that's why I went through them, to demonstrate that, in my opinion, the project plan is feasible. And I also believe that it's in conformity with the master plan. And it was very timely that we had a discussion about the comprehensive plan this evening, as well as the creation of this district. We'll also ask the City Council to find that not less than 50% of the property within the district is suitable for mixed-use development. As I indicated, this is a mixed-use TID, and that property within the district needs to be suitable for that purpose. We'll also ask you to find that the improvement of the area is likely to enhance the value of substantially all property located within the district. And lastly, that the project costs relate directly to promoting the area for mixed-use development. So those 4 findings are the findings that are included in the resolution that City Council will be considering tomorrow evening. I just wanted to go through a few, I guess what I'm calling TID myths, although I guess they're all not true, and that's a double negative. But the first of those is that, I sometimes hear that developers who have property that's located within a tax incremental district pay less in property taxes than other taxpayers who aren't located within a tax incremental district. Well, that statement's false. Wisconsin has a uniformity clause within the Constitution that requires that all property, first of all, be taxed at fair market value, but secondly, that all property be assessed or be taxed at the same rates. All property within the community is taxed at the same rates, and all property is assessed at the fair market value. So developers or other individuals who own property within a tax incremental district pay the same amount of tax, the same mill rate, on property that's assessed at the same methodology as properties located outside of the TID. So I really just answered my the next myth that we hear is that somehow property located within a tax incremental district is assessed differently than property outside of the TID. That's simply not true. The assessor is required to follow state-mandated guidelines concerning how property is assessed. Those guidelines are contained in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and require that all property be assessed at its fair market value. So that statement also is false. Another thing we hear sometimes is that property taxpayers pay more using TID financing than general fund borrowing. So why don't we just go out and borrow the money with general obligation debt rather than using a TID district? This statement is false. Depending upon the timing of the development and the borrowing, costs for a given year could be more or they could be less with one method. But in the end, it all evens out, and there's absolutely no difference. I've run the math for the last 3 days, and every time it comes out the same, that there's no difference between a general obligation borrowing and borrowing through the creation of a tax incremental district. And another statement that I've heard is that all property taxpayers pay for TID costs, not just property taxpayers located within the district. That's actually not a myth. It's actually true. But what I can absolutely tell you is that as a property taxpayer, I pay no more after the TIF is created than I did before the TIF was created. So if I paid $3,000 in property taxes before the TID was created, I pay $3,000 in property taxes after the TID is created. The TID increment really does come from the new development within the district. And once again, be happy to sit down with anybody who's interested and go through the math. But the pre-TID and post-TID property taxes are exactly the same number for the ordinary property taxpayer. Now, the business that might have expanded within the TID, who has now created new value or whose new value has gone up, they would be paying additional property taxes because they're taxed based upon the actual value of their property. But if my assessed value doesn't change, neither do my property taxes. So upcoming events related to these two project plans. This evening we're receiving public input from citizens on the proposed amendment to Tax Incremental District 10 as well as the creation of TID 11. Tomorrow evening the council will vote on two resolutions, one amending TID 10, the other creating TID 11. And the last step in the process of creating a TID or amending a TID is having the Joint Review Board review those project plans and vote on them, and that's scheduled to occur on Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. So with that, I would be happy to answer questions from the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Winzenz. We'll try to keep our questions to two apiece, as we do have several members of the audience, I think, who want to speak on this item. Questions? Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Mr. Winzenz, thank you for your presentation. Your explanation was excellent. My question has to do with new development. When new development occurs, let me ask it this way. Do property tax rates go up as a result of new development?
The tax levy goes up. The tax rate does not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. Does a mixed-use TID need to pass the but-for test? And if it does, how did TID 11 pass the but-for test? What does it do?
Sure. All districts, any project that's receiving assistance within a TID certainly needs to pass the but-for test. The Wood Motors lot, as well as the bus transfer facility, is currently being used as a bus transfer facility, but the Wood Motors lot has been sitting there as a vacant lot, and I'm relatively new to the community, so maybe others can help me, but for a substantial period of time, without any active interest in redevelopment. And staff believes that the improvements to the parking ramp, as well as the improvements in the Library Plaza area, as well as the creation of the TID, which does create the potential for some sort of developer incentive, even though it's not included within the project plan. The project plan would need to be amended if a developer incentive were to be offered, but believes that TID is necessary to encourage the redevelopment of both the Wood Motors lot as well as the bus transfer facility site if that becomes available.
Second question. If there's really no difference between using a TID to finance project or to use the general fund, why do we use TID?
Sure. Well, I didn't say there was no difference. I said there was no difference in the cost to the property taxpayer, to the general property taxpayer. There are things within the TID statute. There are expenditures that are specifically permitted under the TID statute, such as developer incentives, that are not specifically permitted in other parts of the statute. In addition, the tax increment financing shifts the risk of the capital expenditures. So I'm going to use Altoona as an example, just because it's they've got a TID district that's grown exponentially, but that TID district was created in 2002, and Altoona spent a great deal of money on infrastructure, roads and utilities and other types of things to get that area ready for development. If they had done a general fund borrowing for that, the taxpayers of Altoona would have had to start paying for it right away. They would have issued the debt would have gone on the tax rolls, and the citizens would have started paying for it, even though there wasn't any development within the TID. Their costs, their taxes would have gone up in that scenario. By doing it through tax increment financing, the burden for that payment of that debt service is on the TID. It's not on the property taxpayers. And because there was actually very little new value created in that TID in the early years, it didn't significantly increase the property tax burden on the average taxpayer. Now that the TID has become very successful, that has shifted a little bit, but it minimized that risk in those early years and allowed the property taxpayers to, pay, if you will, as the development occurred, rather than having to have all the expenditures up front and take that risk up front.
Councilmember Stroh.
Thank you. Mr. Wenzens, you were hoping you weren't going to have to talk about blight tonight, but you put up a map there with that half-mile radius, and I did notice that. That's the one thing I noticed in both TIP plans that I didn't see the last time.
Right.
And it does refer to it as blight elimination, and then it also says it may be desirable to use funding from the TID to purchase and demolish blighted structures. And it seemed to me like that circle that you had on there was extending a half mile, quite a large area that could encompass blighted structures. What is the definition of how that could be done? Is there some I guess parameters on something like that, or explain that if you could, because that is new. Sure,
and maybe I, in hindsight, given the sensitivity of the word blight, perhaps I shouldn't have used that term, because I'm not referring to that in the sense of the statutory definition of of a blighted structure contained in the TID statute as well as the redevelopment statute. I'm really just referring to a property that's deteriorated beyond what the city standards are for a property. So, or it may be obsolete. It may not be the appropriate use at that location. But some communities have properties that have just become run down, and maybe the property owner has walked away from them, and it may be that the city wants to purchase that property and get rid of that eyesore, or there may be areas of the community where it's desirable to promote home ownership. And we want to establish an enhanced home ownership program to encourage people to buy properties within that area and convert some of those rental properties back to owner occupied. Those are really the types of things I'm talking about, not the TID definition of blight. So I'll choose my words more carefully next time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yeah, you talked about the amending of TID 10 and then the creation of TID 11, and you explained that the $3.5 million is a duplication of the $3.5 million that's in the other in TID 10. Now, you said in TID 10 there's no adjustment. If we would not spend the $3.5 million in TID 10 but take it out of TID 11, did we have the value, there was no changes in valuation of tax increment in TID 10?
No, there wasn't. All of the contribution to the community arts facility in TID 10 was based upon the new value being created from the mixed-use building. So none of that has changed within the project plan for TID 10. In fact, we had assumed when we created TID 10 that the renovations to the Lismore Hotel would be completed, and there would be no tax increment available off the Lismore. So none of those valuation assumptions in TID 10 have changed.
Okay, and so I just wanted to clarify that, and just to make sure we fully understand the $3.5 million, that is a duplicate number, and it's up to this body as a council if we want to adjust, change, or whatever that happens out in the future.
Absolutely.
And then my next question follows up on Mr. Larson's question, the statement that TIDs do not create a tax increase to the general tax base. Now, as I understand it, and this is my question, and I'll use the mixed-use building, $25 million, that goes into the construction cost index. Therefore, we can raise taxes outside of the TID district. The valuation doesn't go into it. So I believe, if I am correct, doesn't that cause a tax increase to the general taxpayer?
I think what you're referring to is really a different section of the of municipal finance having to do with the tax levy and levy limits. So yes, the value created from any development, whether it's in a TID or outside of a TID, is what's referred to as net new construction, and communities are allowed to increase their tax levy on an annual increase their tax levy on an annual basis by net new construction. They're only allowed to do that. That's permissible. It's ultimately up to this body right here to decide whether or not to increase the tax levy or not increase the tax levy. It's not automatic. It takes a vote of this body to make that happen.
But it makes it allowable for
yes,
to do it. So the statement is correct that if this council would desire to do it, a valuation increase in the TID district can cause a tax increase to the general taxpayers related to the construction cost index.
If this city council decides to increase the tax levy, whether it's from new value in a TID or new value out of a TID, that causes an increase in the tax rate.
Thank you, Councilmember Von Hayden. You have one more question, Councilmember Stroll?
In fact, I do. Thank you. And my question is actually a boundary question, and I actually had one boundary question on each TIF, if I may. On TIF number 10, My question is why, I don't know exactly how you decide on these boundaries, but I was sort of wondering why you didn't extend that down to Gray Street along the river to include the municipal parking ramp down there. That was mentioned in the parking study as well. And we did include, the Civic Center ramp in a TIF. So I'm just wondering potentially why that was not extended that one block.
Sure. You're talking about this block right here?
Yeah. Yep.
I guess a couple of reasons. First of all, within the TID statute, there's a limitation on the amount of vacant land that can be included within a TID, and a parking lot would be considered to be vacant land. Secondly, there's no value there. If it's owned by the city, it's tax exempt. So, it's not paying any property taxes one way or another. If that were identified as a potential redevelopment site, on the other hand, it is along the river, and we're trying to encourage other uses along there. We could certainly amend that the boundary of this particular district to take that in, but there really is no particular magic on drawing the boundaries of these. The same thing, and I don't know if you were going to ask this or not, but the same thing can be said for the U.S. Bank property up here. And why didn't we take that in? Well, a couple reasons. First of all, if we're planning to potentially purchase and demolish the U.S. Bank drive-up facility, that would take value off the tax rolls, and if it was within the TID, it would create a decrement situation. In other words, our value within the TID would go down, and we would have to make that up before we would receive any increment. But secondly, our plan is for that to be tax exempt. So there's really no benefit to the TID from including it within. When we get to the municipal parking ramp, could we have carved that out? Yeah, but I guess we're starting to create some odd lines at that point. Plus, we have actually air rights above the U.S. Bank, facility, which is where part of our parking lot is located. So, I guess when I draw boundaries, I, for the most part, try to include whole blocks as opposed to, picking and choosing individual properties within a block.
Thank you, and that was my next question on the map drawing right there. And I guess I wonder if it's included in the project plan, it does not have to be included in the map of the TIF? Is that because the plaza is part of the project plan, right?
This plaza that we're talking about? Yeah, and that's within that half-mile radius, and that map is in the plan of the half mile. So we can spend money within a half mile. We don't get any increment within that area. We'll only get increment within the district.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tiwa.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. I have a really simple question. When I look at the half-mile boundary, and I was taught if I take a string and go around, I should end up with a circle. But it seems not to be symmetrical. Can you explain, is this just a rough drawing? Or, because there's a little dimple, like some might ask, why is there a dimple on one side?
Well, it's a half-mile boundary from the boundary of the TID. So it's a half mile from this point, a half mile from this point, a half mile from this point.
I see.
It's not a half mile from the center.
Center point.
So if I had a center, you're right, it would be a circle, but I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we've come to an end of our questions. That might choose a good image to leave up there. I don't know which one. Maybe that one. Now we would welcome the public who came tonight to speak. Ms. Riley, I owe you the first speaking.
Back again.
Yes. Just take up where you left off.
My name hasn't changed, nor has my address.
No. Well, welcome back.
Okay. Well, I would disagree with our finance director. TIFs are not free. And would we be better off funding the Confluence Performing Arts Center with a TIF or with straight borrowing? Mary Jo Cohen did a fair amount of research, and much to her surprise, the TIF was not not only not free, but from the taxpayer's point of view, it is more expensive than straightforward funding. She wrote a Seems to Me editorial, which was to be published in Sunday's Leader Telegram, and the page was stopped 5 minutes before printing by the finance director, who told the editor that he shouldn't print it as the piece was misleading and that the backup material that supported it was riddled with errors. As a result, the editorial did not appear in yesterday's paper, and it should have. Further checking did indicate that it is indeed correct. I'm going to read you that editorial that should have been in yesterday's paper. It's entitled, Fund City's Share of Confluence Theaters, but Not with TIF. By now, it should be clear that the Confluence theaters will be built. The city has not yet decided how it will fund its share of the project. Its staff is proposing the use of tax incremental financing, or a TIF. TIFs are a terrible deal for taxpayers, and Altoona is a case in point. Had Altoona used simple borrowing to finance its development, tax rates would be dropping despite the $900,000 plus increase in school taxes stemming from the 2014 school referendum. Instead, gross property taxes on an average $150,000 house climbed over $450 since 2011 and will continue to increase. Under a straightforward loan, taxes in the 2014 would have returned to 2011 levels and would be declining instead of increasing in the future by about $500 more. Those in the TIF district are also suffering. As a point, Oakleaf Surgical's 2015 tax bill was more than $56,000 higher than it would have been under a straightforward loan. In 2016, the difference is estimated to exceed $100,000. Think of total taxes due as a nasty-tasting 8-inch pie. If you invite 4 people, each guest must choke down a fourth of the pie. If you invite 1,000, each receives a sliver that is so small it's barely tasted. Development usually acts like the $1,000 dinner guest. It provides a means of spreading the tax bill so everybody pays less. In the case of normal borrowing, the developers are at the table. Yes, the cost of the service to service the debt is part of the tax, but it is shared by all. The impact of the debt becomes less and less as more and more development occurs. The same holds true for city, county, and school taxes. Tax rates typically drop. A new construction tax is assessed each time property is added to the rolls. It is called the net new construction levy. Under normal borrowing, that tax is effectively borne 100% by the owner. The owner also bears the risk of increased taxes from market-based or inflationary property value changes. In the case of a TIF, owners in the development, unlike the extra dinner guests, are not invited, leaving the rest of us to pay the school, city, and county taxes that the development would normally share. We also pay the new construction tax on their development and bear the burden of the tax shift when property values change. The owners of the development are taxed at the same rate as the rest of us, but their taxes are paid into the debt fund of the TIF. If the hoped-for development does not materialize, the rest of us also bear the shortfall to service that debt. For the taxpayer, this is a heads-I-win, tails-you-lose proposition. Proposed TIF 11 promises to be a bad deal for the Eau Claire taxpayer. The TIF district is slated to cover much of downtown from Eau Claire to Lake Street for a 20-year period. The TIF's main purpose is to provide an alternate means to raise $3.5 million for the Confluence project, and the remodeling of the Lismore Hotel is a key development upon which the funding is premised and is expected to increase the hotel's value by $10 million. The remodeling will be largely completed before the TIF's creation. If the TIF is created and the $3.5 million borrowed, the taxpayer will immediately pay more tax than if the funds were secured through straightforward borrowing. It will be up to us to cover the Lismore's share of city, county, and school taxes as well as new construction tax levy. The Lismore will also be paying the higher tax, but its payment will be going into the TIF fund. Admittedly, if the Lismore is the only
Ms.
development...
Riley, are you almost at the end of your reading piece?
What?
Are you almost at the end?
I'm got this much.
Okay.
If the Lismore is the only development, the differences are small, but taxes are still less via straightforward borrowing than through the TIF. Moreover, under a TIF, if the Confluence Theaters do trigger the kind of significant development that is projected, all taxpayers, including those that are in the TIF district, will be taxed at ever-increasing rates. Downtown is a developed area. Inflation of base property values can be expected during the 20-year TIF period, resulting in the shifting of additional tax burden to taxpayers outside the district. Let's not overpay for the Confluence through that TIF.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Riley. Anyone else?
Madam President, I do have a couple of handouts. Do I have your permission to hand them out? Okay, there are two. One is on Altoona, and one is on Eau Claire. I want to see if it works.
Let's see how it is.
You could take this time to introduce yourselves.
Okay. Actually, Peter Bartle is here. He has his own comments, but he is here to turn pages, which I do very poorly. Are we all passed out here? Because it is distracting. And I'd appreciate having my 5 minutes back. All passed out? Okay, thank you. My name is Mary Jo Cohen, 1759 Drummond Street. To begin with, I want to make it crystal clear that my comments are not directed at the Confluence Performing Arts Center. The Confluence Theaters will become a reality. The only question is whether to fund them through a tax incremental district known as a TID or through the tax levy. What do I mean by tax levy? When debt is funded through the levy, the principal and interest payments are added to our tax bill, increasing the taxes that we would otherwise pay. Rather than debating the tax increment concept, which certainly does sound if it's free, although now suddenly it's equal to the levy, let's instead look at the taxes we are paying. We have actual figures which tell us what we pay in the case of a TID. Since general obligation bonds are used to fund the TIDs, we also know what we are paying annually in servicing that debt. Development projects in TID districts vary in success. Let's start with the success story. Altoona's development, as Mr. Winzen mentioned, under the TID has been nothing but phenomenal. How have the taxpayers fared? Until 2011, the TIF was a disappointment. The tax increment and the debt service, and there was debt throughout, would have been fairly comparable, and the taxes paid under either the TID or the debt levy would have been essentially the same. Since 2012, development has exploded. Here are the numbers, and if you look at the first page of your Altoona handout, as of January 1st, 2014, which are the taxes that Altoona citizens paid in early 2015. On the left side, you have the actual figures paid with TID financing. On the right-hand side, you have the payments that would have been made under the debt levy. The general property figure is the same for both. There is a tax increment of $2.1 million on the left side, which goes into the TIF bond fund. Note that there is no charge for debt service. On the right-hand side, there is no tax increment, but instead there is a charge for debt service of $797,000. As the debt charge is less than the increment, the actual taxes paid by a homeowner of $150,000 home are actually $400 less in the borrowing situation than they are through the TID. That doesn't sound either free or comparable to the value of the levy. Moving to the 1/115 assessment that will be paid in 2016, I assumed that the city, county, and school taxes were the same, even though they probably will increase. I did put in actual property values and the net new construction increase, as those figures are also available. There was a lot of development that occurred in the TIF districts in 2014, so the TID increment, or the increase in property value in the TID district, moved from $92 million to $150 million, which drove the tax increment to $3.6 million versus the $797,000 for the debt. That makes the differential in favor of the debt levy even higher. The homeowner now pays $766 more under the TID than the levy. And as a homeowner, I wouldn't consider that either free or, as it's now being stated, comparable to the debt levy. In the next slide, the increment increases to the full anticipated value of $200 million. Again, the only change is in the addition of the new construction levy to the tax. The spread is now increased to $981. Somehow that doesn't look free either. Note what is driving the difference. It's not so much the increase on the TID side of the sheet, but the decrease that is occurring on the levy side. Remember the comments about the pie? The tax pie is getting smaller and smaller as a result of the development. In 2022, the TID ends, the increment disappears, and taxes immediately drop by $1,100. That's huge. That's the pie effect. Note the 50% adder, which you folks have a choice of putting in or not putting in. I assumed you would. I've never known a council to say no to increased taxes through new construction. The city on the borrowing side, the debt continues for 6 more years. Advantage now is to the TID. The savings in 6 years, however, will not offset the costs of the earlier years. In fact, it doesn't even it offsets only a portion of the last one. Moreover, who wants to pay premiums in the early years in the hope that good things will come out at the end? $1 today is worth more than $1 7 to 10 years in the future. For anyone living paycheck to paycheck, they can't wait. The extra charges from TIF developments are simply a burden. Don't forget that these TIDs have a very long life, 20 years for a mixed use and 27 for a blighted one. So the conclusion from Altoona is fund the debt through the levy. The taxpayer will be better off. I am running out of time. If anyone would like to ask me questions about the Eau Claire situation, I have broken that out. I would be delighted to answer them.
Is that the end?
I'm out of time. Unless you're willing to give me more time, Madam President, in which case I will continue.
Sometimes I do after everyone else has had a chance to comment.
That would be fine. I would be delighted.
Question for you, though. Councilmember Von Hayden.
If you would cover the Eau Claire slide, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. How does Eau Claire look? Our situation is not nearly as dramatic simply because our TIDs have not been all that successful. Here's Eau Claire in 1114. Oops, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have touched it. And that's, of course, the basis for the tax payments we made in 2015. I have limited it to Eau Claire County, in Eau Claire County, and in Eau Claire School District to make life simple for myself. Note that the debt service and the tax increment are not that different. $2 million versus $1,880,000. They are very close. There's still an advantage, however, on the levy side, $7.10. Now let's go to TIF 11 and assume that we borrow the $3.5 million for the confluence. Let's also assume that the Lismore does generate the $10 million of development, which results in a $10 million investment. It looks like Altoona on a small scale in the sense that the taxpayers are better off with the straight levy immediately at the time that the TIF, or in this case the debt levy starts. It's actually 92 cents plus the 802. I'm sorry, that includes the 802. 92 cents plus the figure that I had in the earlier one, which was 710. Yeah. Notice the change in the actual taxes between the two as well. $3,515.28 versus $3,512.92. Basically, the Lismore, the confluence is costing the taxpayer only $3 versus what would normally have been a $7.75 differential. And that is just the effect of development. That bigger pie has a way of decreasing taxes. The problem with the free story is that it makes everyone less responsible. If it's free, do I care? Not really. If taxes are going up or conversely would go down, then I do care. Long and short, let's fund the Confluence Theaters, but let's do it through the levy, not with the TIF. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Councilmember Lewis has a question too.
Using the analysis you've done, and it's incredible that you put time in like this, but is there ever, if a TIF is extremely successful, does your scenario change? Or, I mean, I think a question that I would think, as we argued a couple weeks ago, was whether the fourth floor of the parking ramp was better off going on general obligation or coming out of a TIF. How would you look at that situation?
Well, that situation is a mixed bag because all of the benefits from the parking ramp are going to go into TIF development. So it's really kind of the worst of all worlds because the basic levy, effectively with TIF taxing, the basic levy goes against the original tax base. That's why you see the increase. Then the tax rate is calculated from that, and it is a higher tax rate. It's then applied against the entire tax base, which includes the TID. The difference is the increment. So the increment, if there is development, and that development increment is higher than the borrowing cost, it's always going to result in an increase in taxes every time. Now, if you have a circumstance, and we were fairly close to it with the Oakwood Mall, where the TIF ends early, you will have those premiums at the beginning, but if it ends really, really early, then you're going to have the back-end benefits at the end. So you actually could come out ahead, but as you know, these TIDs are planned to last the full amount. Any additional dollars in that fund is going to be used for even areas that are a half a mile out. This is going to be a forever TIF, and that's really what seems to be happening now. TID number 8 is going to be underwater, meaning its increment will be less than the debt payment for all but 1 year between now and 2022. It's just not a good deal for us taxpayers. The TID debt is also done through general obligation. So in terms of risk, to the extent that the increment doesn't come, the development doesn't come, it's we taxpayers that have to pay it, and that is in the general levy. So anything that isn't covered by that tax increment goes into the levy and is taxed to us. I just don't understand this. It's not a good deal.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
I have a follow-up to that.
You may.
Of course, I forgot what it was. One of those moments.
Senior moment.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen, a tremendous amount of research. Give you credit for that, and I'm not going to pretend I understand it all. I did look at it and try to understand it. And I think you may have answered this question with your last statement, but isn't there any situation where a TIF would be better, putting it in a TID would be better than putting it in the general levy? A lot of communities are using TIFs extensively, and there's got to be a reason for that. And
well, it's kind of a cynical reason. It does. There are a couple of things. First of all, we citizens have been told it was free. I honestly believe that the tax increment came out of the city's revenues, the county's revenues, and the school's revenues. And I'm on record making that statement. It doesn't. The absolute maximum levy that can be charged to us citizens is charged. The tax increment is over and above. Again, if you have a situation where the TIF closes really, really fast, which is not the situation here, an Oakwood Mall or a Hutchinson, maybe. Otherwise, no. And this one, for sure, no.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you.
I did remember my question.
One more question, I guess.
Given this scenario, if your numbers are correct and this all does happen this way, why are communities using TID to finance? In your own opinion, I understand that, but what do you see? Why do they do it the way they do if we could just put it on the general obligation and would be actually better, our general fund?
If you put it under the general fund, it will get fully scrutinized. That's the reason. If you do it in this fashion, again, we're being told it's free. And if it's free, I truly don't care. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to have this great grassy knoll in front of the library and town hall? Yeah, it would be really nice. But does it make any sense? If it's free, I don't care. If we have to pay for it out of our taxes, I think we're going to ask the questions. And we saw that with the parking ramp. Councilman Mitchell, Councilman Larson, there's no way we're going to put this on the levy. We were talking, what, $5? You were the only one, Councilman Lewis, who said, hey, it's only $5, let's do it. There's a lot of scrutiny that goes forward. TIFs, they're free. And I do think the attitude of this council is that they're free. They are not.
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. We appreciate your input.
I'm Pete Bartle, 3014 Irene Drive. My presentation will be a lot less confusing than the one that Mary Jo has just delivered. I want to take a look at where the city is proposing to spend the money from TID number 11. The first is $1.1 million for the Town Plaza, a project that is not even physically in the proposed district. It entails first taking the U.S. Bank Corp. Drive-in and parking lot, and yes, taking is the right word. Our finance director stated during the opening joint review board meeting on TID number 11 that if the bank did not agree to sell its drive-in, the city would use eminent domain to force the bank out. In addition, Eau Claire Street would be closed from Farwell to Dewey. To quote the finance director, the plaza will be the library and the city hall together and create downtown green space as an amenity in the downtown area, perhaps incorporating some parking. Realistically, could any of you claim that the plaza is the northeast corner of downtown will truly promote development in the actual TID district? But this is a requirement for the project to be included in the TID. We can expect that a large share of the $1.1 million cost will be used to buy the property from the bank and relocate the bank to another location. This is required under the law. If the bank decides it wants to maintain a drive-in downtown, it will have little choice but to locate in one of the 4 downtown TIF districts. What are we really doing here? We are creating a TIF district to destroy the bank's drive-in at taxpayers' expense so that we can force the bank, again at taxpayers' expense, to move into a TIF district to build another bank. Is this truly positive development? It sounds more like the broken window fallacy, that we can create jobs by breaking our neighbors' windows. Why must we disrupt a going concern like the bank drive-in that many of us find ultra convenient? We visit the library and the bank in one trip. That's not only good use of time, but qualifies as green. We also park along Eau Claire Street when visiting the library. At best, the plaza falls into the class of wouldn't it be nice? A month ago, President Kincaid, you referred to the hardship that was occurring at the university where people are being laid off. You labeled the spending of $2.2 million for an additional 200 parking stalls in the North Barstow ramp as obscene. Surely spending $1.1 million for a landscape project like this one that is not even in the TID district falls into the obscene category. Why would we as a community go into debt for a project like this? We wonder why the project is outside the district. The plaza is actually contiguous to the proposed district. This question was asked during the Plan Commission meeting. The answer was provided in accounting speak, that the property value as of January 1st, 2015 would go into the TIF base. When purchased, the property would become tax exempt, resulting in a decrement in the district. Mr. Wensens mentioned that in his presentation. What does this mean in plain English? Under TIF law, we citizens are guaranteed that the properties in the district will continue to pay the taxes that were paid before. But because the plaza is physically outside of the actual TIF, the guarantee does not apply. The bank's taxes will cease to be paid by the bank as it will no longer own the property. The new owner, the city, does not pay taxes on property that it owns, but the taxes themselves remain in the overall tax bill. Someone will need to pay them, and that someone will be us, the remaining taxpayers. The taxes will be allocated amongst us, increasing our tax bills. Are we talking a fortune? No, we are not. The assessed value of the bank property is about $200,000. The point is the mindset of our city staff, which seems to have little regard for the taxpayer. Effectively, they are saying, let us stick the citizens with the tax bill that would otherwise be paid by the district by planning projects outside the district. That's both outrageous and a very sad state of affairs. The other project, of course, is the maintenance on the 405-stall Farwell parking ramp. I'm running out of time.
Indeed, you have run out of time.
Okay.
Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
The one project is something that is nice, a luxury. The second, the maintenance of the parking ramp, is nothing more than long-deferred maintenance. The third project, of course, is the Performing Arts Center, which, like the Town Hall project, is not located in the TID number 11 district. As Councilman Lewis stated, that ship has sailed. It will be built with or without TIF.
Thank you, Mr.
I thank you.
Thank you. And I see no questions.
Okay.
Chair exercises her purview to correct a statement. Eminent domain is not a purview of city staff. It is a power of duly elected representatives. And to my knowledge, we have never exercised eminent domain, nor has it been suggested in this project.
I understand it was suggested at the planning meeting.
Anyone else?
I was actually at Cindy Burton, 3242 May Street. I was at that opening joint review meeting, and I heard the same thing.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. We'll just let that issue lie.
Sure.
You may continue with your statement.
Okay. Those of you on the Plan Commission probably already aware that Voters with Facts have some concerns about the Tax Increment District number 11. And on our behalf, Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty sent a letter to our city attorney, Mr. Stephen Nick, and I would just like to read that letter. Dear Steve, as you know, we represent Voters with Facts. We are writing to call your attention to a serious legal problem with the proposed creation of Eau Claire Tax Increment Finance District number 11. We do not believe that the proposed TIF complies with the requirements that must be met in order to create a valid tax increment district under Wisconsin law. First, a substantial part of the value added used to calculate the TIF 11 increment relates to a project that is already underway and will likely be completed within a few days of the creation of the tax increment district. That project is the redeveloped Lismore Hotel, which is scheduled to open and host an event on October 3rd, 2015. This development can hardly be associated with and should not be included in the tax increment for a district that will not even be created until a few days before the development is completed. It is difficult to see how the Joint Review Board could possibly conclude that the Lismore Hotel development would not have occurred but for the creation of TIF number 11. Moreover, in our view, Wisconsin law does not permit gaming the system so that the increased taxes resulting from the essentially completed Lismore redevelopment is included in the TIF number 11 tax increment. Indeed, the timing here suggests that TIF 11 is being created now simply to capture those increased taxes. None of the proposed expenditures associated with the project plan are even scheduled to occur before 2017. Second, to the extent that there is any project plan for TIF 11, it is clearly deficient. The project consists mostly of modest improvements to a city-owned parking ramp that could and probably should be funded by the city in the normal course of its business. Indeed, these expenditures are already proposed in the city's capital budget. Normal maintenance of an existing structure is hardly a project that can or should be properly considered for TIF financing. Apart from developer incentives, that leaves the city with a single justification: some landscaping work that will not occur for several years and that is not even within the district. Third, the bulk of expenditures under the project plan includes $3.5 million in developer incentives for the construction of a community arts facility. This project is already underway, and these incentives have already been funded under project plans for other TIF districts. The need to include what can only be duplicative funding in the TIF 11 project plan is, to say the least, less than entirely clear. At the same time, however, it is entirely clear that the Joint Review Board could not possibly believe that the community arts project would not occur in the absence of TIF 11. For these and other reasons, Voters with Facts believes that the creation of TIF 11 would violate Wisconsin law and would harm City of Eau Claire taxpayers. We understand that the City Council is to consider TIF 11 next week and that the Joint Review Board will consider it promptly thereafter. We would appreciate your calling these matters to their attention in advance of their consideration. Thank you. Very truly yours, Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty. Mike Fisher, Senior Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Anyone else here to speak about our proposed TIF changes? Seeing none, the chair will close that item. Brings to an end item number 2. Before we turn our attention to item number 3, I forgot to mention in my introductory remarks that the council will convene into closed session at the end of the public hearing. So just a reminder to my fellow council members that we do have business after the end of the public meeting tonight. Item number 3 is a presentation of an urban deer management plan and public discussion on the proposed recommendations. Mr. Fieber.
Good evening. I have a PowerPoint presentation that will follow. Right here. There we go. This is the culmination of a approximately 10-month project to develop an urban deer management plan. Oh, no, I'm moving the wrong way. In January of this year, we had a discussion, a work session with City Council. City Council directed staff to look into this issue with nuisance deer within the city of Eau Claire. In February of 2015, John Dunn, a wildlife biologist retired from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, was contracted to produce the plan. Immediately, we did a helicopter survey of designated areas within the city. Those designated areas matched what was done in a 1993 urban deer study inventory. In May of 2015, Mr. Dunn presented the survey results to the Waterways and Parks Commission. And in August of 2015, he presented the final plan, draft report, the final draft to the Waterways and Parks Commission, and we're here today with culmination and the public comments attached to those presentations. So here's what we found. Does Eau Claire have an urban deer problem? And the resounding answer is yes, there is a problem, and we have the science to back it up. So what is the size and the scope of the deer problem in Eau Claire? Within your packet, I apologize, we only included the language with the report and not the visuals, the charts. Those are all now located all together on our website and the Parks and Rec Department page. Under recreation and plans. So it's all together now. But essentially what we found here and what this chart reveals is that, for example, in Zone 1, which is the Pinehurst area. You have deer at an average of 35 deer per square mile. Zone 2, 53 per square mile. Zone 3, 29 deer, and so forth, up to Zone 7, which would be the Putnam Park 3rd Ward neighborhood. You have 103 deer per square mile. The answer to the question, do we have a problem? The answer is yes. You have in excess of 100 deer per square mile. Complaints typically start when you reach 25 to 30 deer per square mile. 15 deer per square mile is common in rural Wisconsin. 20 to 25 could be an optimum number for the city of Eau Claire. And essentially, we're talking about how can we remove 300 deer virtually immediately to at least get the areas that were surveyed into compliance with what would be a healthy deer herd for the size land that we have in Eau Claire. So how do we get to that optimum urban deer herd size? The recommendations from the deer management plan, and that's what I'm going to go through, and then we'll have John available to answer any questions regarding some specifics. But we wanted to concentrate tonight on the recommendations and what staff could do to implement change as soon as possible. One of the first recommendations was that the city should continue to communicate with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to get clarification if a city permit will be acceptable under the guidelines of Wisconsin Act 71. And what we did at our last city council meeting is we passed a city ordinance that was in compliance with Act 71. The one thing that it does not do, our city ordinance, it does not give us the opportunity to track those people that are hunting within the city, and it does not give us an opportunity to specifically track where those deer, if any deer, were taken, if we can match that up with those zones that we just showed you from the inventory. The city has a new ordinance, as we mentioned, that is in compliance with Wisconsin Act 71. We have no tracking method. What we will try to do to combat this deficiency of knowledge is to solicit voluntary data from hunters, voluntary compliance. And in the last hunting season, 2014, Mr. Dunn contacted all 48 people who had took out permits, and every one of them was very willing to share what they saw out in the field, to share the results of their hunt. And we're hoping we could do the same thing on a voluntary basis. Parks and Rec Department is willing to facilitate connecting deer hunters with non-hunting property owners within the city immediately. We're willing to do that, to match up property owners with deer hunters. The number 2 recommendation in the urban deer management plan says that the city should continue discussions with the local DNR wildlife biologist about obtaining additional antlerless permits for distribution to interested archery hunters. This can potentially be accomplished through the Wildlife Nuisance Program. Just because we want to hunt more within the city doesn't necessarily mean that we have permits to do that. If you go to get a permit tomorrow to hunt deer, there are only 75 permits in the entire Eau Claire County that are available for hunting on public land. And I would venture to guess that most of those are already gone today. So what we'll need to do is work with the DNR and with the new urban, with the wildlife biologist, will be to find ways to secure additional permits that could be used specifically within the city of Eau Claire. We've already initiated those discussions with Bill Hoxa. He is the current biologist for the DNR, and his email here essentially says that what they want to do is let Act 71 run its course during this first hunting season, and then measure the results and decide after the season whether or not the issuance of nuisance tags for additional hunting would be appropriate. So they are aware of the issue and the results of this survey, and will continue to work with the DNR to acquire additional nuisance tags. The city should consider using the city wells as a test site for winter sharpshooting effort. Now, when we talk about this recommendation, the sharpshooting is with guns. That is a concentrated effort that takes place on a particular day. Within the wells, the deer are baited. As I understand it, it can be within the season or it could be outside the season, but you need DNR approval in order to do this sharpshooting effort. And if the city wanted to try that, that is a possibility of either doing that at the conclusion or near the end of this current season, or to look at doing something at the end of the next season. There is a cost associated with this. It will cost us approximately $250 per deer that you want harvested to hire sharpshooters. But it is a way for us to have an immediate effect on the deer population, at least in the Wells area. As we found out from the urban deer management plan, deer generally have a tendency to stay fairly close to where they live, and that's at 1 to 3 mile radius is where they live. Shooting deer in the Wells area is not going to help the 3rd Ward. City staff recommends waiting to hire sharpshooters until January of 2017. That would give us the opportunity to budget funding for that in the future. It would also give us the opportunity to acquire nuisance tags. Earlier, I talked about almost a need to eliminate 300 deer. If we're talking $250 per deer to eliminate them, to have them field dressed and butchered and given to even a food bank of some kind, it would still cost us $75,000. So it is a considerable amount of money to go this route, and therefore there is a lot of interest in letting Act 71 run its course and encourage people to allow hunting within their private property, especially during this first season. If there was a sharpshooting effort, the police chief, according to our city ordinance, has the authority to allow the hunt. Number 4, the city should consider using the city wells as a location for a public archery hunt. And this would be by bow hunting. So the city could say, let's designate a part of the wells area as a bow hunting area for all or part of the bow hunting season. Or we could say, let's pick a 10 to 14 day season within right after the regular season or towards the end of the regular season, and if we have those nuisance tags, we could do that. We could do that at the wells. But again, unless we get those nuisance tags, we're really kind of handcuffed at this point in time. The 5th recommendation was contacting the UWEC Putnam Park Commission about a sharpshooting effort or archery hunt within their park. The city has no control over that park. It does not belong to us. It's not managed by us. The best that we could do would be to offer this plan that you're reviewing today and tomorrow, and to offer assistance and to offer the data that we collected concerning the urban deer population and the significant problem that exists in the 3rd Ward in the Putnam Park area. But again, there is nothing that we can do to direct or manipulate any kind of hunting that takes place within the Putnam Park. The 6th recommendation would be for the city to continue discussions with the local wildlife biologists and the County Deer Advisory Committee about creating an Eau Claire Metro Deer Management Subunit. Subunits are areas that receive additional study and nuisance tags. This happens predominantly in the Milwaukee, Madison, and Hudson areas. And what we would try to do is get Eau Claire designated a subunit, which would allow us the opportunity to secure another avenue for obtaining nuisance tags. It also helps us with managing the science, counting how many deer are taken from this area. It's not going to tell us specifically what's taken in Eau Claire. A subunit would probably end up being parts of Chippewa, Altoona, and the entire city of Eau Claire and other areas, but it's at least a start. It doesn't give us the amount of detail that we had in the past when we had to issue city permits, but it does get us a little closer to knowing exactly how many deer are being harvested each year. City staff have a representative on the County Deer Advisory Committee, and we'll work towards creating one of those subunits. And as I mentioned, it could create additional nuisance tags. The seventh recommendation was that the city should collect information about the DNR's Deer Management Assistance Program. That's a DMAP program. This program is a cooperative effort between landowners and the DNR to develop a habitat and herd control plan. There would be additional antlerless permits available through DMAP. So here's another DNR program that would allow the city to acquire additional nuisance tags. So we've already designated a staff member to be on that committee for this next year and to begin inquiring on the process of the DMAP program. Number 8, the city should apply for an urban wildlife abatement and control grant by the December deadline of this year. The current contract with John Dunn requires that he do that he complete that application. Typically, the DNR budget's $25,000 each year. For this program, the average grant size is only $5,000. It's not a huge program, and it, as any other grant program, is at risk with the current state budget. But we would recommend that we apply for the grant, and if awarded, be applied towards a 2017 deer survey conducted by helicopter. So that would start to put us on a track for doing a helicopter survey of the deer herd every other year. Number 8, city, I'm sorry. Going the wrong way. Number 9, the city should consider conducting the biannual helicopter survey. I think that's something, regardless of whether or not we get a grant, we should budget next year in 2016, budget for the 2017 year to have another survey done in January. Surveys are always done in the winter, typically at the conclusion of a deer hunting season. And having this data every other year would be of great help to the city as they try to manage the deer herd problem. We would also recommend continuing to collect auto deer crash information and monitor that. That information is already done. We'd continue doing that and get it into a format so that, and perhaps some kind of annual report to either Waterways or the City Council on the status of the deer herd. And then number 10, the city should expand the deer feeding ban information effort. Hopefully additional public education will encourage people to voluntarily discontinue feeding. If not, stricter enforcement may be necessary. The City of Eau Claire has an ordinance that bans the feeding of deer during the hunting season, and state law now prohibits the baiting, feeding of deer in Eau Claire County because of the chronic wasting disease that was discovered within the county over the last couple of months. And then in there is an excerpt from the Leader Telegram that kind of explains that that baiting is banned in 10 counties within a 10-mile radius of where chronic wasting disease was discovered. So we all know that baiting and the feeding of deer is an issue. It artificially supports the herd. We know that we'd rather have somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 to 20 deer per square mile, and in many parts of our community we have over 100. This is not healthy for the deer. It's not healthy for the community. So the answer to the question about whether or not we have a problem is emphatically yes, and the recommendations that Mr. Dunn brought forward I think are very worthwhile in pursuing. We're looking for a recommendation by the City Council to adopt the plan and to move towards as many of those recommendations as you feel are applicable. And the next step would be to get this plan adopted, reviewed by the DNR as part of the grant application. That's part of the process, and then budget for many of these actions over the next year or two. Are there any questions for either myself or Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Feber, thank you. Would you be willing to email us your PowerPoint
Sure.
as we read tonight and prepare for
Sure,
tomorrow?
Kathy can.
it contains your responses. It would be very helpful to see that. And second, it sounds like timing is of the essence, so is a decision sooner rather than later important to you?
Yes, it is. We'd like to get the plan adopted or at least recognized by the City Council so that we can go to the DNR and share with them the plan and gain some input from them. And by having a plan that's adopted by the City Council and by the DNR, we're then eligible to apply for grants.
Okay. And does anyone else have a presentation tonight besides yourself?
No. John is here to answer any questions depending on how much detail you want to get into the actual plan. Okay. But also perhaps we can send a link out tomorrow that gets people to the entire report and the appendices, which are basically the minutes of the public meetings that have been held.
That would be helpful too.
Sure.
I see that we have many people waiting for this late hour to say their piece, so I would ask council members to keep their questions. It's our habit that we allow ourselves just a question or two, but we'll try to be brief so we can get to all the people waiting. Councilmember Larson.
And I have two. Most of the comments, in fact, maybe all of the comments that I've heard in person or by email regarding the deer management plan center around Putnam Park and concerns that people have for safety of people and their pets and so on in there. And I just want to be clear and make sure I understand. You were talking about permits for hunting on public land, but there's nothing in this plan that contemplates the public hunting deer in Putnam Park, is there?
No, it doesn't belong to the city of Eau Claire, and we have no jurisdiction within that park whatsoever.
Right, which leads me to my second question. Should we decide to advocate for a sharpshooting event in Putnam Park to thin the herd there, who would be the authorizing body? Who would we go to get permission to do such a thing? Well, that would ask for them to do such a thing.
Well, we'd have to ask the Putnam Park Commission, which is overseen by the Board of Regents. The Putnam Park belongs to the Board of Regents of the state of Wisconsin.
Okay. So ultimately, it lies with the Board of Regents.
Correct. One of the things that we can do as a community is we can encourage homeowners who live in the 3rd Ward and who abut Putnam Park to enlist hunters to hunt in their property and to enlist the support of their neighbors. If they feel that strongly that they need to do something immediately, that's the proper way to do it. Putnam Park cannot support all the deer that live there. That's why they're moving out into the neighborhood in search of food.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. If I could just clarify, I did call Mike Rindle because I didn't think the Putnam Park Commission was really the place. It's an advisory committee, and asked him who would give approval if we were to have such a hunt. And so he has contacted legal counsel at UW System, and he doesn't know yet. So it could be the regents, it could be the chancellor, it could be the governor. We're just not sure yet. So the Putnam Park Commission, they would then go back to them for advice, but they would not be the place to start, actually. But then may I ask a question as well?
We have 2 city council representatives on the Putnam Park Commission.
Right.
So.
Right. But if, even though the state owns the park, if we were to create for ourselves on our own properties some hunting plan, we could offer to participate with the university, couldn't we?
I would think so, and that would probably be advantageous to do some kind of cooperative hunt with them. That's, the Putnam Park in the 3rd Ward neighborhood is definitely the epicenter of the issue within Eau Claire. And preaching to the choir, I understand. But we could also have an impact on the deer herd in the well field, and that if the city council had an appetite for that, that's something that we could consider at the end of the following season, so the end of the 2016-2017 season, we could have some kind of 10 or 14-day hunt where the well field, all of it or a portion of it, is open to the public for hunting. So that is a possibility. And of course, there's a lot of work associated with that because you've got to be sure to notify all those recreational users of that area, all the people that normally are walking dogs, and you'd have to explain to them why you've designated this 10 or 14-day season for a public bow hunt. But that might be a great way for us to try hunting in a public, it's not necessarily a public park, but in a public facility to see and evaluate how it goes.
Councilmember Stroller?
Thank you. Mr. Feber, you talked about tracking the number of deer and stuff maybe being somewhat more difficult, but the DNR this year has gone to a strictly online registration for every deer hunter now. And I know when you register, they ask you a lot of questions like what was the weather, how many deer did you see, where were you, and then you have to put in a zone where you actually harvested the deer. And if you work with the DNR, could you not potentially zone up the city of Eau Claire and you could get some probably pretty accurate information from those online registrations?
It's my understanding that they're willing to go into an urban deer subunit, not necessarily to take something that would be pretty small. What we'd really like would be to split it up into the zones that we identified on that map up there. I don't think we're going to get that. I think we're going to go from having Eau Claire County be a zone to getting it having a subunit being the city of Eau Claire, the city of Altoona, and perhaps up to the city of Chippewa. That might be the best that we could get it squished down. I mean, I'd love to try to get breakdowns, but again, I don't know that they'd be willing to go into that much detail. But anything is better than just knowing that the deer was shot, that 225 deer were harvested in Eau Claire County. That doesn't tell us anything for the city of Eau Claire. But if we can at least know that they're being harvested within that subunit, regardless of the size, that would help us.
And one more question. You also kept mentioning the nuisance, needing those nuisance permits and that. I was talking to Councilmember Jean, who is a bow hunter, I believe, and Mr. Dunn might be able to help us in this. I thought all bow hunters had a doe tag with their bow license automatically.
Right.
They do?
Right, but there's only 75 within the entire county for hunting on public land. Is that correct, John? You might want to clarify. The numbers are not all that big.
Yeah, I think what we just need to clarify the antlerless permits that are available. Eau Claire County is really divided up into different deer zones, and let's just eliminate all of Eau Claire County that is east of Highway 27, okay? That's part of a different zone. The rest of Eau Claire County, the other 2/3 of the county that would be west of Highway 27, is considered a farmland zone, and there are tags available for private land and tags available for public land. And this year, for the first time, when you bought your license, you had to tell them whether you wanted an antlerless tag for private land or public land. First time for that. There were only 75 tags available for 2/3 of Eau Claire County for hunting on public land. 75 tags. Those were issued immediately. Those are gone. For hunting on private land, there are still 800 and some tags available. So if somebody wanted to hunt on their property or on any other private property, there still are additional tags available that can be purchased for $12 a piece. If the city wanted to hold a hunt on the city wells or any other piece of city land, which is considered public, those 75 tags are long gone, and that's where getting some additional nuisance tags from the department would augment the ability to do some hunting for antlerless deer on city property. But there are tags available for private land. I just want to make that clear to you and to the audience, that if somebody wanted to shoot additional deer on private property, those tags are available, but not on public property, which means city property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Councilmember Lewis?
In the report, it said that it's $150 per deer for a sharpshooter, yet in your calculations and what you said, you had $250.
Well, there's a range, and if you want to go into the detail of that, John's been a sharpshooter for the city of Eau Claire in the past.
Oh. And it's okay. I just want to know if it was a typo, but
No. The one of the companies that does this, and they were the ones that did sharpshooting in Altoona a number of years ago. Their range is anywhere from $150 to $200 a deer, depending on how much involvement the city wants to be involved in and how much work the city is available to do to assist. And I don't mean assist shooting, but I mean assist in processing deer. On top of that, you do have the actual cost to process the deer. And so if you start adding in the processing cost of the deer as well as the sharpshooting effort, then we could be approaching that $250 range.
And my second question is, if there's only 15 deer, which is common, you said, in the rural areas, why is 20 to 25 deer then optimum for in the city? What's different that we can have more in the city?
Well, we're try to keep this short. We have biological carrying capacity and we have social carrying capacity. Biological carrying capacity can approach 100 deer per square mile. I mean, that's what the habitat can support in this part of the state. In the northern part of the state, where you're dealing with, rougher winters and less food available, there we're down to about 15 deer per square mile. So that's sort of what we see up north. In this part of the state, you can have upwards of 100 deer per square mile, but typically the DNR has tried to manage the herd at that 25 to 30 deer per square mile range. So that's sort of the accepted level of herd density. When you talk about the Twin Cities metro area, where they've been doing deer management for many years and are very aggressive in their approach, again, that's the range that they're looking at. We're never going to get to zero. The intent is not to get to zero. To get to 15 would even be difficult. 25 to 30 is a realistic goal.
Councilmember Ron.
Just a very simple question, and that is, you were proposing the potential of having the hunting around the Putnam Park. Most of the time, when you shoot a deer, they don't stand still; they travel. How does the hunter go if it goes back into the park? Can we go in and recover it?
Well, what you would have to do is get permission ahead of time from the property owner for exactly that situation. So before you went into, but it would be my understanding it's a public park. I would be under the impression that you could go and retrieve that deer and carry it back into the land that you shot from.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Is if it went into the public area, it was shot on the private, but it went another couple hundred yards and fell down, you could go recover it and it would be appropriate.
And I would argue that it would be irresponsible for you not to do that.
Thank you both. We have several people waiting to speak on this topic. So I would, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jean.
Thank you. Just have a quick question to Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn, I'm sorry. Mr. Dunn, we had one more question for you. It was my oversight.
When you do counting, how accurate is your count? I know you have like 300 something like deer. Right? How accurate do you use your eyesight, or you a special technique to count, or how does that work?
It's the effectiveness of a helicopter survey is really based on three things: the weather conditions that you have at the time of the survey, the competence of the pilot, and the competence of the observer. In this case, the weather conditions, when we did it back in February, the weather conditions were ideal. The pilot came out of the Twin Cities, a company in the Twin Cities that has been doing this in the Twin City metro area for many years, very experienced. The observer was me. So maybe if there's a weak link, it's the observer. But I've done a lot of flying. I was involved in the helicopter survey that Altoona did in 1999, so I had experience with it. And I'm very comfortable in a low-flying apparatus. So I think that we did as good a job as you can do under those conditions. And I did talk to the pilot when we finished and asked him, okay, you've had experience doing this in the Twin Cities. What's your feeling as far as how effective we were? And he said that, based on his experience, that we were at the higher end of that effective range. And so basically, you're observing somewhere between 60 and 80% of the actual number of deer there. 60 to 80%. We would have been towards the upper end of that. We would have probably been in the 75, 80% chance. So the numbers that you see are actual numbers, deer counted with 4 eyes, my 2 and the helicopter pilot's 2 eyes, flying over them at low elevation and at sometimes hovering speed, again, under good conditions with good snow cover. So I guess our feeling is the survey was about as accurate as you can get.
Thank you.
But again, those were actual numbers. You can extrapolate those out to a higher number, by throwing in a success rate there.
Can I ask a not really question? You mentioned earlier that this year they only issue 75 bonus take. You know why they just didn't issue more? What's the reason behind that?
We probably have some gentlemen in the audience that could answer that better than me. But the assumption is that public land gets hunted harder than private land, and that the deer herd is lower on public land than it is on private land because it gets hunted harder. Therefore, the deer population is lower on public land than it is on private. And the goal for Eau Claire County, and there are some gentlemen here that can address this, is to essentially maintain the herd at the level that it's at. Not in the city, but out in the rural landscape where hunting is common, to maintain it at its current level. And the feeling was that because of the public land being perhaps overhunted, or at least heavily hunted, that the number of permits should be much less than on private land. In other words, let the herd grow on public land, where you're still trying to reduce it on private land.
Thank you again, Mr. Dunn. So, sure, you can just approach the podium as you can.
Hello, I'm David Zilke. I'm a resident of Eau Claire. Also, I'm the current chairman of the Eau Claire County Deer Committee. So I will be working with you to try to develop a plan to get extra permits for if you want to do a public hunt. So I just want to let you know that I'm very supportive of the city going forward with this. On the question earlier about the public land quota and how that was set, a lot of what we looked at there was a percentage of public land available in the the western two-thirds of Eau Claire County as compared to private land. There's such a small amount of public land available on the western two-thirds of the county that's why that number was so small. It's kind of based on a percentage of land base in that area. So that's why the permit numbers were so low on the western two-thirds of the county. Eastern two-thirds of the county, that area we wanted to grow the herd, so the numbers were reduced there somewhat on the eastern third of the county too, and that's central forest land, so that's under a different management program. So hopefully that helps to answer some of why those numbers were set the way they were. Any questions as far as my role in the county deer management and looking at that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your offer of working with us. So, well, anyone else?
I'm Kathy Ademeyer. I live at 334 Garfield Avenue, and I guess I'm in the heart of the deer farm that we have down there. I came here today because a couple of things are very disturbing. One is this is a big change. We're going from Putnam Park, which I don't know if you've all driven through that, but before you decide, and as I understand it, UW in Madison will have the final say on this, but again, it sounds like we're trying to set some kind of policy, and of course that will involve the park, and then it will be left up to the university to decide the system if they're going to proceed with that. So I need to speak to this now, which is this is a change. And considering Putnam Park a public park, okay, except for one thing, you need to drive through it. It's a very small, it goes around a creek and a pond. Children are in there, students are in there, people walk, jog, run. I think the efficacy of saying to people, okay, you can't go in there for 2 weeks or 10 days, or I think it's going to be very, very difficult. And then the idea of asking people whose property abuts right onto the park, asking them if somebody can come on their land and hunt. I mean, we're all very close to each other. If they give permission, I mean, deer won't stay just on their land, and then we're in a yard, next to a yard where somebody didn't give permission. When I look at all of this, I mean, we're an urban environment. I came from an urban environment, and I live now in an urban environment. And the whole concept, although I understand that it has been done in other urban areas, we're really talking about hunting in neighborhood. This is a neighborhood. This sounds pretty surprising to me, coming from a Milwaukee neighborhood. It's very unusual. I feel like the process is going very, very quickly. I think it would behoove the city to kind of step back a little bit. I understand there are too many deer. I understand that. I understand what's the ideal for certain areas. I don't know how the Wells area, I don't know what their density is, but I realize Putnam Park is the worst in the county. But I advise you to step back because this is a big change. You haven't talked to the neighborhoods, as far as I can tell. If you're going to establish a deer hunting season in a neighborhood, I somehow think you should be talking to the neighborhoods it's in their neighborhood. And if you go through Putnam Park, you'll also see it winds around, and the park goes right, not very distant from playgrounds, and there is a huge green space that is literally public green space, which would literally be an area where people would be able to hunt, and that is right next to houses. So I would just say that we have a problem with deer if we allow hunting with bow and arrow. And from what I read some of the information background, that might not in the future be limited just to bow hunting. I mean, there is a possibility that there could be a gun season. I think that we have a problem with overpopulation of deer, but are we creating a bigger problem in these little public urban areas surrounded by neighborhoods? Are we creating a bigger problem by sending in people with bows and arrows? And at this point, from what I understand, the city wants to get clarification that it's okay if they have a permitting process, meaning they can't charge for people to come on and hunt in the Wells area, or if it gets approved, Putnam Park. But if they don't agree to that, we won't even know what the density is of hunters on the property and during the hunting season per hour per day. I mean, it sounds like, okay, shouldn't we get certain things in place first? Work with the neighborhoods, talk to them, see what they think, what are they willing to do? Then go to, make sure the DNR says, okay, you can have a permitting process, they just can't pay for it. But then we'll know how many people are out on the wells hunting, on the Wellsfield. How many are hunting today? You know, I mean, it sounds like we've got a problem and we're trying to address it, but I think we need to step back, and I hope you would decide to do that and get more information, talk to more people, and proceed in a kind of a logical way that has people involved, and not just okay, we've got a problem and this is what we're going to do. I think that isn't the best way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ademeyer.
Hi, I'm Dennis Vandenbloemen. I live at 506 East Lowe's Creek Road. That's not in the city, it's in the Zipper area. But I have a nice deer population. Every once in a while I get 9 deer in my backyard. My wife sends me that picture when I'm in eastern Eau Claire County on a deer stand and I see nothing all day. She sends me that. I want to give you a little clarification, if this can go here, that this was... deer hunting is very complicated in Wisconsin. We always get that experience there. I'm a member of the Conservation Congress. I'm one of the 5 elected people that represent the county. Very unique organization in the United States. And Dave is one of the others, so you're seeing 40% of the representatives. One pheasant hunts, so he wouldn't be here. We mentioned something about metro units. Well, here's Eau Claire County. We set a quota on, because this part is east of 27 is a lot of public land, and this west part has very little public land, so that's what the quotas were set. This is our first shot at it, and one of the problems we have is you can go today and buy a deer permit, and you could say, I want to hunt on Eau Claire County in the central farmland zone, and I'm going to shoot on public property. And we don't limit that number. I don't know if I'll ever get to that, but we don't. But another thing is there's a question here of perhaps having metro units. Let's see, here's a Superior metro unit, Fox Valley, where I grew up, Milwaukee, big thing, Dane. But I want to show you the number. One of the problems that we have is in Eau Claire County. Here's that 75 for public land permits that you can go. They're sold out. You can go get that. There's 800 of those left. But here's Douglas Superior Metro Unit. There's private and public land, yet that county is bucks only. There are no antlerless permits sold in that county, in that whole big area here, this gray area. They're trying to rebuild the herd. But you could go up there if you could get one of those permits, and you could do that. I was asked in a previous meeting, do we know the cost of the deer-car collision? And the most recent thing I could find was only the 14th of September, but it's from State Farm. I have to trust them. And they said the national cost for an average deer-car collision was $4,135. We don't have any number that tells us the number of deer collisions in Eau Claire County. They might not even be reported. We've looked at how could we get this from the Sheriff's Department, but we've also talked to people that hit a deer and for whatever reason they don't want to report it. They just take it in and it gets fixed, or it doesn't get fixed. So we have a problem with that. But we're not number one. We're the 6th most in Wisconsin. You're likely 1 in 77 compared to the national odds of 1 in 169 drivers to hit a deer. We're number 6 in the nation. West Virginia is number 1, and Hawaii is the lowest. I guess must not have a lot of deer there. But what I'd like to do is say that this deer management plan is the first step, and then it gives you all these tools. Now, not all the tools are going to be used all the time by everybody. You have to understand there's some physical limits. I hunt with a crossbow, and about a 20 or 25 yard shot, that's about as much as you're going to get out of it and be accurate, which is about maybe a little longer than this room. It's not very far at all, and there's a chance of ricochet. There were 625,000 deer hunters last 9-day gun season. How safe was that? No fatalities, haven't had them for years. There were 9 incidents. Most of them were self-inflicted, stupid. That's it. That's it. Or they shot a friend. There was only 1 or 2 incidents. I know we all fear that you're walking somewhere and you get shot, just because you were somewhere. That is very, very rare. One of the things I want to point out is with the current population of deer, in the rest of the county, we have bear. In the eastern part, we have wolves, and we have coyotes. And that does a lot of taking care of the deer population. You don't have that. I don't know if anybody's seen a coyote in the city. And then one of the things that I've seen in the discussion is there are 7 different areas. Am I right, John?
Yes.
7 different areas. They're very different. You have Putnam Park, people walking and doing things, and then you have the Wells area, and you have other areas where there's not very population. So I think what you need to do is just approve the plan as the first step. You're not saying we're going to go out and have a sharpshooter in Putnam Park, in the park there, okay, kids, get out of the way, we're going to shoot a deer. No, that's not going to happen. It's a long process. You're not going to get a chance to get a sub-zone for Eau Claire County for at least 2 years. I asked about that. 2 years, 2017, that fall, maybe, if we're lucky and we do all the process. So, and that's not us not doing the job. That's at the state level. So, anybody have any questions for me? Okay.
I don't think so. Our
Thank
heads
you.
are spinning. Anyone else to speak about the potential deer management plan?
Hi, everybody again. I'm still Cheryl Leonard at 2729 6th Street. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. This problem is not going to go away, and it's going to get larger. And part of the reason is because of all the construction and tearing down of trees and taking away the deers where they live. Also, people baiting the deer. That's attracting them to stay where they're at and not to move on. I heard him talk about fines. That should probably be implemented. I think we should slow down, as the woman said back there. I do a lot of hiking in Wells. I do snowshoeing in Wells. I take my grandson with me at places. Putnam Heights area. When I have company, I take them down to our beautiful university, and Putnam Heights is one of the areas I take them, and we see deer, and we enjoy it. Now, is there over deer population? Absolutely there is. And does something have to be done? I think so. But I think we should slow down on this. Someone asked me about what I thought about it, because I am not a hunter. I'm an animal lover, and so I enjoy walking and seeing animals in our city. When they told me that, I was appalled. I said, you have to be wrong, that they wouldn't do hunting within our city limits. They just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be safe. It'd be very unsafe. So I contacted Ms. Kincaid, and she did get back to me, which I very much appreciate. And she told me about this hearing. But everybody I've talked to says, no, you've got to be wrong. And I said, I don't think I am, and I'm going to the hearing tonight. I don't think our general public has any clue about what you're thinking about doing. Perhaps I've been not, I don't know where I've been that I haven't heard about it, but I'm also worried about if we start having permits, what's going to stop people from going into other wooded areas? As I talked about Folsom area, there's a small patch of wood. What's going to keep them from starting to hunt in other areas that have deer in them? Hunters they don't all abide by rules, and if they're allowed to hunt in one wooded area, they may go to another wooded area. I just feel, and I'm against it, obviously, and I just think we're hurrying this through a little quick. I don't know if you looked into relocating deer. I don't know if that would be too expensive when you're talking about $250 per deer, and we're talking about 100 deer. That's quite a bit of money. Is there any wildlife rescues that would come in and do this? Have we even looked at anything, or are we immediately going to killing them? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Anyone else have something to say tonight about?
I'm Charles Holdweib. I live at 3208 Riverview Drive. That's right across from the Wells area. And I can tell you we do have a problem with deer. At any given time, you can come down and count 12 to 15 deer at a crack in my yard. You can't grow anything. They eat everything up. I've seen deer walk up my neighbor's steps right up to their patio door and chew off the flowers next to on each side of the patio door. My wife watched the deer poke its head in the garage door after I walked in it. They're getting pretty tame. They're pretty accustomed to seeing you. I also want to say that there are about 4.5 miles of cross-country ski trails in Riverview Park. Or I'm sorry, in the Wells area. And I use the Wells area. Myself and my dog walk the Wells area about 4 miles just about every day. I have no problem. I would feel very comfortable with walking the area if bow hunting was allowed. As the one gentleman said, the average shot for a bow hunter is 30 yards or less. Most of them will not take a shot further than that. If a bow hunter is up in a tree, 12 foot up or 10 foot up on a tree stand, they're shooting down. If they're allowed to hunt in the Wells area and there's restrictions that they stay 50 feet off a trail and they're 10 or 12 feet up in the air, I'd feel comfortable walking anytime the hunters are out there. I have not heard of any hunting accidents with bow hunters unless they fall out of the tree and hurt themselves. Bow hunters are pretty responsible people. 99.9% of bow hunters are very, very responsible, and they won't take a shot unless they can get a good kill on a deer. Granted, sometimes they do have to follow them, but most of the time they'll get a good shot. So, any questions?
I see none. Thank you for your patience
Thank
tonight,
you.
Mr. Helbig. Okay, I think we've come to an end. Oh, Mr. Dunn?
I would just like to maybe make a couple of quick comments to maybe clarify a couple of things that I heard. With the advent of 2013 Wisconsin Act 71, of which there's there is a copy of that in the appendix of the plan. That does, and you're aware of this, so this is probably more for the public than anybody. This allows archery hunting in any municipality in the state with some guidelines. Regardless of what the council does with the plan, there is and will continue to be a certain level of bow hunting within the city. And I guess I just want to make that clear to some of the audience that if they're interested, they should look up the 2013 Wisconsin Act 71, and then that describes the opportunity to archery hunt within any municipality. Concerning sharpshooting, a site is baited over time. The actual sharpshooting event takes place over 1 or 2 nights. So regardless of the location, the sharpshooting event where that area would be closed to the public, first of all, is at night, and second of all, only takes place over a matter of an evening or 2. So it's not a long period of time that an area would be closed for a sharpshooting event. As far as relocating deer, again, that is in the plan. It's not legal in Wisconsin to relocate deer because of chronic waste and disease. So again, I just wanted to clarify that for the public. And the last thing is, I went through all of the hunting incidents in Wisconsin between 2009 and 2014. And over that period, there were 2 incidents relating to archery hunting. One was basically a self-inflicted wound where somebody was pulling up a crossbow into a tree stand with it cocked and the safety off, and he ended up shooting himself, and actually was a fatality. So that was a self-inflicted wound with a crossbow. The other incident was somebody in an apartment complex trying to shoot a squirrel out of his sliding door in an apartment complex. So the only 2 archery accidents that I could come across between 2009 and 2014 were extremely out of the ordinary and certainly not a norm for, under normal bow hunting conditions. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. Thank you.
That's helpful. Councilmember Worthman? Back to some questions.
A couple questions for Mr. Dunn. I just wanted to go back to one thing that you said about what the environment within our city can support, because oftentimes you hear when people say that overpopulation is when the environment doesn't support the amount of food that the deer need, and then you have deer dying in the winter, et cetera. Are those some of the problems that we're having right now in Eau Claire, or are you saying that our city is able to support the amount of deer that we have? Help me understand that.
Well, again, the biological carrying capacity, which is basically what the landscape can support, it provides all the things they need, food, water, shelter. The biological carrying capacity is probably at 100 deer. The social carrying capacity is much lower. What you and I will tolerate is much lower. Okay. So from a biological standpoint, yeah, because of the shelter they have and the amount of food that they get, whether it's intentional or unintentional, their reproductive rates are very high and there's no predation on them. The population grows and, again, can reach that 100 deer per square mile range as a biological carrying capacity. It's just not accepted from a social standpoint.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Dunn. I think if we're ready, I'll bring that item to a close, and that does end the public portion of our meeting. We thank citizens who have joined us again this meeting. The City Council, however, will continue its work in closed session with the following announcement. I'm sorry. The City Council will now go into closed session to discuss and seek bargaining direction on terms and conditions of a potential development agreement with Haymarket Concepts, Eau Claire Confluence Arts, Inc., and the city regarding the Confluence Project Community Arts Facility. This discussion is permitted in closed session for competitive or bargaining reasons pursuant to statute 19.85(1)(e) of the Wisconsin statutes, and to confer with legal counsel as it may relate to pending litigation pursuant to statute 19.85(1)(g) of the Wisconsin statutes. On a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember Tewald, to enter into closed session, discussion is in order. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, for the city manager or our city attorney, since we already know about the $5 million pledge, is there more that we're talking about tonight than just that money?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel? Aye. Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Lewis? Aye. Mitchell?
Aye. Strobel?
Aye. Tewald?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman? Aye. Jean?
Aye.
We will return to your program after a short break. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to your program. This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
This meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, again.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Here.
Kincaid.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
Here.
Larson.
Here.
Lewis.
Here.
Mitchell.
Here.
Strobel.
Here.
T-Wall.
Here.
Von Hayden.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
Jean.
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Tuesday, September 22nd legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its legislative session, the Council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us. We have prepared for this responsibility by conducting public hearings, holding public discussions, by reading the considerable amount of materials in our packets, and by working with citizens and staff. Welcome to those of you who are joining us in chambers this afternoon, and thank you to Community Television for broadcasting these proceedings for those of you who cannot attend. Council does have important items on its agenda this afternoon, so we will begin after a brief reminder that we will be adjourning into the North Conference Room for a work session following our public meeting this afternoon. The first order of business for us to consider is the consent agenda, items 1 through 11. Questions or anyone requesting separate consideration? On a motion then by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember T-Wall. The consent agenda is moved and discussion is in order. And there being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
And the consent agenda is adopted. I do have one proclamation this afternoon concerning the Fire Prevention Week. I wanted to be sure I got that right. Will Inspector Mike Alaska meet me at the podium, please? Usually I just read a portion of the proclamation and then you have some things to say. Sure. Yeah, so, thank you. I'll just step a little closer to the... I'll briefly read parts of the proclamation so we have a chance to think about the importance of this week that we are in the middle of, I believe, or in October.
In October.
Okay. Whereas the City of Eau Claire is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all of those living in and visiting our city, and that fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported homes in half. And 3 out of 5 home deaths result from fires in properties without working smoke alarms. And whereas the Eau Claire Fire and Rescue personnel work to prevent fires from happening in large measure, but also will be visiting all 4 4-year-old pre-K through 3rd grade students in the coming weeks. Therefore, the City Council does proclaim the week of October 5th through the 10th as Fire Prevention Week and urge everyone in Eau Claire to heed the important messages about fire prevention.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. And council members, thank you. It is very important. The theme this year is Hear the Beep Where You Sleep. And what their goal is trying to get smoke detectors throughout everyone's home, but especially also into the bedrooms, each level of the home. Case in point, today we did respond to a structure fire. The residents were not home, but what helped alert someone was a neighbor who heard the beep, beep, beeps, as we would call it, of a smoke detector, went to investigate, and saw that there was smoke coming out of a back window. Fire crews responded and were able to quickly put the fire out, which minimized the damage to this particular home. And the residents, when they did show up, were very grateful for our service. So even when we're not away, that sound of a working smoke detector does alert someone to hopefully mitigate and stop a tragic loss. They didn't lose much in this particular fire. So it's very important for us as a fire department to continue on with our fire safety message and really looking at community reduction in fires and other safety issues that are upon our city. So we do really appreciate your support and continued support in helping us with that goal and that mission of trying to diminish the amount of fires we have in our city and other safety issues, as well as hopefully never having a tragic death within our cities again. That's our ultimate goal. So we really do appreciate your continual support in helping us get that message. And right now we are working at 2 smoke detector prevention programs for the low-income people, so they will be able to come to our department, let us know that they do not have a working smoke detector. We will physically go out to their homes and actually install a working smoke detector. So that's in the works as we speak. Our boss, my boss, the chiefs are kind of working with that right now, so you'll hear about it in the coming weeks. But again, thank you so much, and unless you guys have any questions for us, thank you very much for your support. Have a good day.
We continue our business then with the business agenda, which opens with item 12, a resolution granting a permanent expansion of a reserve combination Class B and Class B cabaret license premise of the coffee grounds on Southtown Drive. Mr. Hofer.
Thank you. This is an application for a permanent expansion at the Coffee Grounds facilities. And yes, for those of you that are looking at the agenda, I'm not Ms. Stromberger. I think that's... Moving on. Sure. The similarity, I know we could be here all day talking about the similarities, but we're here for a permanent expansion on the Coffee Grounds. They would like both an interior and an exterior expansion of their existing license. This was before license review last week. A number of the, again, you have in your packet, you have a diagram showing what the expansion is going to look like, both on the interior and the exterior. Most of the expectations and conditions are similar to the existing operation because it really is just an expansion of the existing operation. Some of the conditions include, the standard condition that exterior expansions include a boundary designated fence. There is not going to be the use of any kind of speakers with amplified sound on the exterior patio. They're going to have somebody designated as a staff to watch the exterior to make sure that they're able to have control over the licensed premise. And again, operationally, it's going to be the same as it's been, only more space inside and more space outside. There were no objections at License Review Committee to granting this expansion.
Questions by Mr. Hofer? I see none. And on a motion by Councilmember Larson, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel, item 12 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Zhang.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 13 is a resolution accepting and appropriating the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant formula programs from the U.S. Department of Justice. Chief.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The resolution before you is to accept a grant for $13,044 from the U.S. Department of Justice. It will be used for technology improvements at the Eau Claire Police Department, specifically crime scene mapping software. It is a joint application with the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Department, so we will they'll receive a portion of the funds, and I recommend that we approve the acceptance of the grant.
Questions for Chief? I see none, and thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 13 is moved, and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Lewis.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 14 is a
Council
resolution.
President?
Oh,
May I make a request that we flip 15 and 14? Because if 15 doesn't get approved, 14 is not relevant. So
okay. Is there an objection by the body to amend the agenda per the request? There being no objection, we will take item 15 prior to item 14. Item 15 is a resolution approving the creation of the project plan for tax increment district number 11. I guess we can do them in that order. I don't know. That's actually, although there being an objection, no objection, I'll ask the city attorney or the finance director if we can do it that way. Because of the moving of the property.
The suggestion is to leave the agenda in the order it is. If there's a desire not to approve item 15, that can be, I guess, expressed and discussed under item 14. You know, the issue is the timing of the filing. So again, by operation of statute, the action taken now prior to September 30th is retroactive to January 1st. You know, so our last tax year, all these things we do with tax and set the assessment base, they're all set to January 1. So if, in terms of TIF, by statutory effect, if it's October 1 or after, it goes to the next assessment date. If it's through September 30th, it goes back to the prior January 1. So TID 10 is in creation, but while typically we can do an overlap here, in any way we can't. So we need to take the one item out of TID 10 before we can put it into a new TID. Frankly, my thought on it would be it's more of a filing order as opposed to an approval order. But Mr. Winzens was just indicating that he consulted with the Department of Revenue, and DOR advised that that they should be approved in that order as well if council wants to take this sort of action. So again, you're taking property that already is in a TID, you know, the most notable property being the Lismore, but it's a larger full block section than that, moving it, and the proposal would be to remove it from an existing TID in TID 10 and then immediately put it into 11.
Given that explanation, is council willing to revert to the, is there an objection to reverting to their agenda as published? Councilmember Von Hayden?
If there, I don't quite understand the logic and the reasoning, but because if we don't approve 11, taking the 1 out of 10 doesn't make sense. But if the state says it must be done in that order to qualify in proper things, we had probably better do it.
Thank you for accommodating that, Councilmember Von Hayden. And I assume there's no objection. We will proceed then with our discussion on item 14, which is a resolution approving a territory amendment to the project plan for tax incremental district number 10. Mr. Winzans does not plan further presentation, but would, of course, entertain any questions. And the chair asks if there are. Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, and this may have been in the original paperwork too, but on page 58, there is a reference to deed restrictions, and why would there be deed restrictions, or what kind of deed restrictions would there be in TID 10?
Any time there is a development incentive, there are some requirements within the TID statute having to do with posting of vacant positions and some other requirements along those lines that are oftentimes recorded as part of the mortgage document, and therefore are restrictions on the property.
Any other questions? I see none, and if it is acceptable, would move item 10 on a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Jean. And discussion is in order. The resolution is on page 57, 58, and 59. Councilmember Lewis.
Sure. I'm just going to say I'm going to vote against this because as most people know, I'm also going to vote against TID 11 because I don't believe we need more TIDs downtown. TID 8 did what it was supposed to do. It started something. We then did some of these other TIDs to get this going on the other side of the river. And to me, everything else that happens downtown should be naturally occurring. And when I heard last night that TIDs allow just for more incentives, that kind of looks to me that now we're trying to bribe people to come downtown or bribe people to give us enough increment to pay for some of what we need to do downtown. And I know that the city council president gets mad when I use words like bribe and playing games with our money, but a lot of this is gambling, and a lot of this is us making our best efforts to make good decisions. And I just would like us to stay where we are with what we've done so far and then let things happen. Downtown's beginning to be the place to be. We have people who are doing investments in their property every day that are helping to pay off these TIDs and are helping downtown to grow. And they didn't come to us to ask for any money. So I just say we did what we needed to do to turn downtown around, and I don't see the need for any more TIDs. And since I'm voting against number 11, I would vote to leave 10 alone because it's already that far.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Van Hayden?
Yes, I support Councilmember Lewis in her position. I too will be voting no on this one. Primary reason is I'd vote no on TID 11. And the basic reason for it is the two key properties, the Lismore Hotel and the Wells Fargo building, are already in TID 10. So the whole concept, in my estimation, of a TIF district is we utilize the funds in the district to promote development, which we have done in downtown Eau Claire, and we've seen the result of it, and it's going positive. But what we want to see is we want the TIFs to close out quickly, because we heard a lot of discussion last night on the question of whether TIFs are free or not free, and I'm not going to get into that discussion at this point in time. But there definitely is a cost associated with a TIF to the taxpayers. And as a result of that, I don't believe that we really need to make the bulk of downtown Eau Claire a TIF district, because I believe it penalizes the other taxing entities in the city and the county. And for that reason, and I think we can accomplish the same items that we want to do, because the dollar amounts that are put into this TIF, one is a duplicate amount from another TIF, and the other two items could be easily handled through our capital projects. And so I don't see any reason for us to do this at this point in time. All we're doing is creating additional costs for our taxpayers, and we're not getting any benefit for them.
Okay. And further, Councilmember Stroll.
Yeah, I can't support the two TIF amendments either for a couple of reasons. Probably similar to the other two council members, although I can appreciate staff's time and differing viewpoints on the subject. I don't think the but-for clause in the new TIF has been met. And in fact, I'd argue that leaving the Lismore and TIF 10 is the correct thing to do. In fact, you could argue that the but-for clause, or the but-for TIF 10, the Lismore might not have been improved. So I think the increment from the improvement in TIF 10 may help to pay it off sooner than anticipated, which would help the taxpayers out earlier if we leave TIF 10 alone. I think the library plaza and the parking ramp improvements could easily be CIP projects, and again, the ramp is already in TID 10 anyway. So the other sites listed are the Wood Motor Lot and the bus transfer site. There's not likely to need any public infrastructure there. The only TIF expenditures possibly could be developer incentives, and if we have private developers building there, we could talk about doing that at that time anyway. The other part of it that I have a little bit of trouble with is the new half-mile radius that allows for us to spend TIF increment outside the TIF, but yet not realize the increased value to help pay off the TIF within the TIF district there. I think that situation is unlikely that the TIF ever gets paid off early, because possibly future administrations and councils will have many options with where to spend potentially any extra increment there. So that part of it's a little troubling for me as well. So I guess for those two reasons, I can't support it at this time.
Okay. Further discussion? Councilmember Ruth.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to vote yes on this. And, one of the things that I was actually excited about last night is the fact that the radius has been expanded. One of the issues that we've heard over the last few years is the fact that we need to do a better job of revitalizing our neighborhoods, our downtown neighborhoods specifically. And tonight we're going to be looking at the comprehensive plan, and in it, it talks about that and how do we accomplish that. And in my mind, this is really a huge step in that direction, and we don't know what future councils are going to do in terms of those kinds of investments and those kinds of decisions. But in my mind, this has the potential of helping that. And I think it helps everyone because, it's about property values, it's about how do we invest in neighborhoods. And as we all know, some of the neighborhoods around, the North Riverfronts area, which I represent, in the historic Randall area, those are areas of our city that really, I think, will benefit hugely from these new developments potentially. So I'm excited about the direction of this tonight, and I'll vote yes.
Any further discussion?
Sure.
Mr. City Manager?
I know this is not usual for me to chime in at this point in the discussion, but with all due respect to Councilmember Strobel, I would just like to re-emphasize the point that under the current scenario with a blighted tax increment district in number 10, that the maximum life is 27 years. Under a mixed-use development, the maximum life is 20 years. So in theory, by going to tax increment district number 11, we'll be putting property back on the tax roll sooner. So it's not elongating the process, it's actually compressing it. And I just thought it was important enough to point that out to council in your discussions and deliberations.
Thank you for that input. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. I will be supporting it because I think that as the momentum of downtown development and redevelopment is gathering momentum, I think it's important to be able to have greater flexibility in more areas, and I think that this amendment and the creation of TIF 11 will help when those circumstances arise. So I think I will be supporting it.
And any further discussion? Councilmember Tewalt.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. I agree with those supporting it. I think the effort to develop downtown is more than one or two items. It needs an accompanying of other things. So I agree with the idea that we need to continue this growth. Otherwise, it becomes anecdotal and dies on its vine. So I think it's a right thing to do. I thank the city for their work, and I think it's a step in the direction. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. And I will amend the project plan for TID number 10. And I vote amend.
Councilmember Larson.
Aye.
Lewis.
No.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that resolution passes 8-3. Brings us to item 15, a related item, a resolution approving the creation and project plan for tax increment district number 11. Council members have questions regarding this item. Councilmember Lewis?
One, in the amendment we just passed, did we remove the 3.5 million? Did that, what we just passed, did that remove the 3.5 million is my question.
No, the 3.5 million is would still both be in the project plans for, as a, I guess, an eligible TIF expense in the project plans for both TID 11 as well as TID 10.
Seeing no further questions, the chair will announce on a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember T-Wall, item 15 is moved and discussion is in order. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I will be supporting the creation of TID 11. I personally don't think we've made enough use of tax increment financing, particularly in the downtown. The downtown is not nearly as developed as we want it to be over time. If we compare Eau Claire to other cities of comparable size in the state, we have the fewest TIDs of any. Green Bay has a dozen. And I think that because we have been so conservative over the years in our use of TIDs, we've lost out on development that we could have had a long time ago. So it is actually with great anticipation of a lot more downtown development that I support this.
Thank you. Further discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lewis.
No.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
And that resolution passes 8-3. A further item in our business agenda, number 16, is a resolution authorizing the sale of 742 North Barstow Street. Mr. Winzans, I see this is your item, is that right? Okay.
Before the City Council this evening is the sale of property at 742 North Barstow Street. If this looks familiar, it is. Back in March, the City Council declared this property excess land and authorized the sale to another party. That transaction never closed. The other party sort of disappeared, and therefore the property was still for sale. We received an offer from another party who is interested in purchasing this particular property for the same purchase price previously approved by the City Council for $5,000. The biggest difference between this transaction and the prior transaction is that this individual plans to construct a single-family home on the property rather than a duplex, and we don't have a particular guarantee of any assessed value, whereas the prior offer to purchase indicated that they would guarantee an assessed value of $175,000. The property, as I indicated, is really located at the northern terminus of North Barstow Street. If we zoom in a little bit closer, the parcel that's owned by The city of Eau Claire is the larger parcel here. This small parcel is owned by Eau Claire County. The city of Eau Claire acquired 742 North Barstow from Associated Bank back in 2008 and demolished the property that was on that particular site, which was in a state of disrepair. The property immediately to the south is owned, as I indicated, is owned by Eau Claire County, and that property we currently have outstanding code orders on, and I believe condemnation orders have either been issued or are contemplated because of the code issues. So the individual who's made the offer to purchase to us would plan to purchase our property as well as the property owned by Eau Claire County and combine those parcels into a single building lot for construction of a single family home. So I would be happy to answer questions.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Mr. Winzenz, is the sale of the property owned by the city contingent upon his ability to purchase the county property?
Yes, it is.
And I see no further questions. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Larson, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Item 16 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Lewis?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 17 is a resolution authorizing the acquisition of property at the intersection of Cameron and Interstate 94 and property along Cameron for a future right-of-way. Mr. Zolberg.
Good evening. This is a continuation of property acquisition that we had last year. It's a separate transaction. Last summer, we were approached by Kent Holmes to see if we were interested in purchasing this right-of-way in this irregular shaped piece. At the time, he was not aware that he was in ownership of this rectangular piece because there's a bankruptcy from what I understand, and there was a transfer of this property. So he approached us this year to see if we would be interested in purchasing this property that has would have use for a future interchange at some point in the future, and then also some narrow property along Cameron Street further to the east that had been approved as right-of-way through the Plan Commission and the process with the subdivision here. This would remain as a city-owned parcel at this location. Purchase price is $1, and again, I stress there's no imminent plans to build the interchange, but it would put us in a position to at least have the land in the future when it comes through.
Questions for Mr. Zolberg? Councilmember Lewis?
This is all in the city limits of Eau Claire?
Correct. The blue are the city limits for Eau Claire, and then the pink is the parcel in question.
Thank you. And I see no further questions. Oh, Councilmember Larson, sorry.
Thank you. Is there something on that land right now?
Yeah, there's a communications building, a small. This land does come with an easement, so at some point in the future, if the interchange were to go in, it would be a WISDOT run project. They would purchase this parcel from the city, and then at that point, with the development process of the plans, the state would end up purchasing that easement and relocating those utilities at that point.
Okay, who owns those communications equipment?
I'm not sure if it's AT&T or.
But there's an easement there. We wouldn't be collecting like lease money from.
No, no.
Thank you, Mr. Zolberg.
Thank you.
On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 17 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Lewis. Aye. Mitchell.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 18 is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Northern States Power designating city property at the Central Maintenance Facility as a canoe put-in as part of the portage around Dells Hydro. We're interested in hearing about this recreation
There's a little bit of history here. Northern States Power was granted a license from the federal government to operate a dam, and they need to do this every X number of years. I believe this most recent license was for 50 years, something like that. That was done in 2002, 2003. As part of operating this dam in a public waterway, they have to comply with some contingencies that local communities, sportsman groups asked for. And one of the things that's required anytime a dam is operated on public waterways, they have to put in a portage around that dam. So the official portage route, while I've lived here 13 years, and I have twice seen people carrying canoes on this route. So it does happen. But you have to go up out of the park over here by the Ball Diamonds, and then down around the paper plant at Cascade, and then down 4th Street. And you actually come out over here. Here's the central maintenance facility is over here. And this is where you'd put your canoe in, and that is the shortest physical route around the dam. So there is already an access point to the dam. Here's the high bridge up in here. The central maintenance facility is over here on the right, and this facility already exists and has for quite some time as access for anglers to the tailwaters of the dam down here. There's actually pretty decent fishing, though those people probably don't appreciate putting that on TV. But anyway, it is some pretty good fishing back here. It looks like this in the spring after the ice chews it up. So there's always some work that it takes to get it back into shape, and Todd Koala and the forestry crew does a good job of thinning this out and maintaining this area. And again, you can see the road behind the central maintenance facility. And again, this is what it looks like, some before and after pictures of maintenance. So what the deal is Northern States Power needs to put up some signage up within the Dells Dam, notifying people that there's a dam ahead that they need to exit. Here's where you get off the water. Here's how you portage. There'll be some signage that we would need to post on this route. The most important one, though, is to put a sign down here that designates this as a portage put-in. As part of the agreement, Northern States Power would pay us $1,000. They would provide the signage. We would install the signage. And then our expectation in this agreement is that we would maintain this area here for people that want to get down there to put that canoe in. So it's not something that's out of the ordinary. We're already maintaining that area for access for anglers. So that's the gist of that agreement before you today. What's that? Same. That'd be a tough one.
Councilmember Lewis has a question for you.
Could you explain why the agreement is with Northern States Power and not Xcel Energy? Is it just the way the dam is licensed? I'm a little confused by that one because nothing's known as Northern States Power or anything anymore.
Well, I think and maybe you want to answer the question, but it is Northern States Power that owns the dam.
Right. Northern States Power is still the subsidiary, and they operate as Xcel, and Xcel is the parent company. But locally, all our contracts, in fact, I was just reviewing an easement for their new proposed natural gas line. All of them in this area are with NSP, a subsidiary of Xcel.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was a very informative presentation.
Now we know.
Now we know. And thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Zhang. Item 18 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tiewald?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Zhang?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Lewis?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. The last item on our business agenda is number 19, a resolution accepting the urban deer management plan and implementing actions to control the urban deer herd. For council members, Mr. Feber prepared a substitute resolution, which we distributed on your desk, and I see that's what we're going to be talking about. Mr.
Right.
Feber.
This resolution is an expansion of the resolution that was originally in your packet and now includes the actions that were recommended to coincide with the recommendations of the Urban Deer Management Plan that you saw last night. The items in here are essentially the same verbatim as to what you saw last night. And it was requested that we put those specific actions that address the recommendations by Mr. Dunn in the resolution, so that if there were any recommendations in there that people had questions on, saw as a higher priority, or for whatever reason wanted to see them either move up or move down on an action plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions about some of the specifics of those recommendations.
I suspected we might have some.
Okay.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
I guess the one thing that I had, I don't see that in here. One of the people that were presenting last night talked about working with the neighborhood, that, like the Putnam Park area, that you would have some type of neighborhood meeting before you would do any hunt. And I realize Putnam Park's unique because you need permission from the from other people. But if we did have the permission, is there anything in there that would be the intent of meeting with the neighborhood to talk to them about it, so they'd be well informed and well communicated with, so it wouldn't come as a surprise to them? Or
that certainly could be added in here, if that's the wish of the council. That before, and I guess we'd want to know, is that before we did any kind of hunting? There will probably be quite a bit of hunting within the 3rd Ward already that has nothing to do with us. It's just, it's allowed by state law now, so it will happen regardless of whether or not we have an urban management plan. So, but perhaps you're suggesting that there be some opportunity for additional public input before there is a public hunt or a sharpshooting event in this park or any other park?
Yes, what I was primarily getting at is, okay, we'll use the wells because that's in here saying that we would be using in January, but so that the people in that area are either informed or they have some type of public gathering so they know that this is going to happen, that it doesn't come up to them as a surprise.
Right.
So that it's something that all of a sudden they hear sharpshooters out there doing some shooting and what's going on.
Right. So we can certainly add that to this.
During our deliberation, we'll see if that becomes a little amendment. Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Feber, and thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your work. Last night I was thinking this was worth every penny in my books. Really important work, and I feel like for over the past year we've had citizens really asking and I think begging for some help and some relief. And so it's a really important step to gather information to help contemplate any relief that may come for this urgent issue here. I had an opportunity to talk to you earlier this afternoon, kind of along the lines of what Councilmember Von Hayden asked, and just really inquiring about what kind of steps can we ensure or offer to the public before any public hunt or sharpshooting would occur in Putnam Park. Could you explain a little bit about, for sure, we would have this projected in the 2017 budget, and so a little bit about that public process, and then later on I think I'll have an amendment to make.
Okay. Remember the slide last night where we talked about really if we're going to hire sharpshooters, they're going to be about $250 per deer that you want taken out. And we saw in another slide in the plan that you probably have 100 deer per square mile within Putnam Park. So 3, maybe 4 times what you'd like to have. So let's just say you wanted to do something, and I can't say Putnam Park because we have no authority to do anything there at this point in time. But if we were to do some kind of public hunt in that area, we'd need somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $30,000 in the budget. So there'd have to be some kind of budgeted amount in there for specifically some kind of sharpshooting event, which the budget already has some kind of public input process. But I think what you're suggesting is that there be something beyond that involves some kind of public input if there were sharpshooters hired. Because sharpshooters, and Mr. Dunn could talk about that, they're using automatic or semi-automatic guns sometimes. It can be done, as he mentioned last night, it's something that can be done in a couple of hours over a 2-night period. It can be really, it can be done very quickly, and we've seen that done in Menominee and in Altoona, and it's been done very successfully and very safely. But if the wishes of the council is to somehow specifically notify the neighborhood and the entire community that of the dates and times of such a sharpshooting event is a very worthwhile consideration to attach to any of these actions.
Councilmember Mitchell.
And I would just extend that a little bit further. I think in addition to sharpshooting, I think there's an equal concern about safety regarding bull hunting in the park as well. So I wouldn't limit it just to a sharpshooting event. I would say any hunting event in the park.
And I would say in any park, not or and even probably beyond park, but any public land. There should be a process if we move forward after this first season and we find that Act 71 didn't give us enough relief from the deer nuisance, that we need to go to the next step. We need to hunt on public lands, hunt in public parks, work something out where there's punting allowed in Putnam Park. If we wanted to go to that next level, then that's certainly very easy to institute some kind of public input process on, or notification process of what's going on. I don't know if we want to go back and ask for permission from the public to do it again, because I think that's what the council has already said. We have a problem, we need to address it, but I think you're asking for more of a notification of the public and the community that this action is going to take place, and here are the measures that we are instituting to ensure that it's safe.
Councilmember Lewis.
Well, I think you hit on what my question was going to be. When I read this, it says you can explore the possibility of allowing public hunting in the Wells Fields, and you can explore the hiring of sharpshooters. Does that mean that once you've explored them, you could just automatically say, here's the 10-day hunting period that we're going to take? Or would that need to come back to council to be accepted? And would that come back in some form of a resolution? Because when it says explore it here, I'm saying, yeah, look into it. But does this give you the permission then to set that? Do you have that authority as the Parks Director to say we are going to have a public hunt on these lands during this time without it coming to council?
It's my understanding that the police chief has that authority, not me. So I think the council is already acknowledging that there's a wildlife nuisance problem and that there's damage to public and private property. I believe the police chief can, and I'm certain the police chief can authorize a hunt. So again, if you want to amend that so that the police chief and myself have to come back with the specifics of that, we certainly can.
Further questions? Councilmember T-Wall.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to reiterate, I think community notification and signage where appropriate at the entry of whatever public land it is that makes sense. If there's access by road or a park, then I may not be in the community at the time, but I may be one of the tourists coming and didn't get to see it on TV or check our Normally when I go to a city, I don't check the city council website.
You should.
Remiss. I've changed that now. So that's the only thing. Appropriate signage, I think, is important.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So for this year, the season that we are in right now and the one that will commence on November, we're relying on Act 71. We're going to see how that goes. And that includes some voluntary data collection. We'll see if we can get something. We had better information prior.
Right, that's correct.
So that's the plan this year.
And that's we're driven by forming a partnership with the Wisconsin DNR. They hold the tags. So if you want to hunt more than those 75 tags that you heard about last night, we need to work with the DNR to increase that number, and that will give us some information. We can disperse tags. We'll know where people are hunting, so that'll help us with data collection. But as you heard, we're at least a couple years away from that happening. There's a lengthy process within the DNR to acquire those nuisance tags. I'm not sure, and John can correct me if I'm wrong, if we really wanted 25 additional nuisance tags for this season yet for some kind of either extended hunt in January. We can explore that option. We can certainly do that, but there appears to be an attitude within the DNR to let's wait and see what happens with this season with Act 71, and maybe private deer hunters provide some relief for the community without having to look at additional nuisance tags, or the DMAP, or the other subunit creation. So
I like that approach, actually. I think it's reasonable and sound and sort of fits with our culture.
And I think the one thing that maybe wasn't emphasized enough last night is that what we want to do at Parks and Rec is, if there are hunters out there who want to hunt, who have tags, who already have antlerless tags, that want to do some additional hunting close by home within the city, that we could put their names and contact information on that website. And then if you are a homeowner within the city and you're not a hunter, but you would like to see someone come in, I'm going to be gone for a week or 10 days on vacation, and you are welcome to come in and hunt my property. I have permission from my neighbors. Here it is. Here are the dates. Have at it. So we'll try to encourage that kind of behavior too.
If I may also say, I'd be quite interested in the education component, particularly in teaching people about the feeding ban and all. That seems like a gentle approach, but effective, that could go side by side with hunt. I hope that you have the time and the energy to develop an approach on that education side. Councilmember Lewis?
I think Councilmember Strobel had his light on first, but quick one. This came up a little bit in our previous discussions at the hearing. Is the removal of the deer if you find one in your yard, and it was talked about that DNR is supposed to come and get it, but then we heard that they actually don't come on private property. Could you somehow, in your research, get something put together as part of this that would help a homeowner that came home, found one laying in the front yard, and who they'd contact, and maybe even work with the DNR locally to find out, will you come get them, so we know they'll be taken care of?
Well, the protocol is to call the DNR, and if they haven't come within, certainly by that next day, then we would like to know at Public Works we're going to get it out of there, so to let us know. But the law says you're supposed to contact the DNR first. That's the law.
And Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Fieber. I think you touched on what I was going to ask you, is the central clearinghouse for these people where you're going to match up willing hunters and willing landowners. They would email you or your department, and then you put it on this website, or how does that exactly work?
Our interest is in putting the names of hunters on the website only, that we would not take calls from property owners, but instead let property owners contact this list of hunters that have given us their names and addresses.
And the hunters send their information where? The hunters send their information where?
To Parks and Rec.
Okay, Parks
and then we'd put their name, address, email, whatever they were willing to share.
Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Dunn and his pilots. Such a good job for counting all the deers that you mentioned yesterday. It's very good survey. I've been hunting for 5 or 6 years. Now, hunting is taking skills and patience and thinking. It's not an easy process. And one of my concerns is like a couple of you mentioned that we need to have education. I mean, we hunt out there, but this is locally, and that's make me more concerned. I think some kind of education might help because safety is very important. And myself, last week I shot a deer, but I just shot a tree, hit a tree. So I said, oh man, I've been hunting for 6 years, but I still hit a tree. So maybe know it. So I mean, in here we need to kind of see some education. I mean, that's might be important.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good comments. I think we're done with our questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Feber. We're around to a motion by Councilmember Strobel and seconded by Councilmember Lewis. That's agreeable. And with that motion, discussion is in order. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. I just have a couple of brief comments. One is that I think it's important we clarify for the public the distinction between the ordinance, the urban deer hunting ordinance that was passed 2 weeks ago, and our deer management plan. The ordinance that allows hunting on private property in the city is one that we really had no control over. There was even discussion last night from the public about objecting to having hunters on private property adjacent to Putnam Park. The ordinance was placed on us by Act 71, and we were required to pass it in order to accept grant money from the DNR. So that action that was objected to last night is going to happen with the consent of the property owners, whether we pass the deer management plan or not. It's just part of the atmosphere right now in Madison for taking control of local matters. The other point I want to make is that managing our deer population in the city is not just a decision between preferring decorative vegetation over abundant wildlife. I suppose we like both. But there are public health and safety concerns with the number of deer that we have in our city. There have been an average of 8.5 car deer crashes on streets adjacent to Putnam Park over the last 10 years. That's a total of 15% of all the deer crashes in the city. And that's just on Claremont Avenue, State Street, and the Harding Avenue Hill. That's a legitimate safety concern. Reducing the deer herd obviously also reduces the number of ticks that carry the Lyme's disease in our city. In addition to protecting our private property and preventing damage to our gardens. So I think this is an important step for us to take for a lot of reasons. And I'll be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I wanted to mention that the Third Ward Neighborhood Association has discussed this deer management plan. I attended a meeting at which it was discussed. And so there was some comment last night about the neighborhood needed to be involved, and that's how you involve the neighborhood, and I did. I guess with one exception, the people that were there did feel that there was a problem in the neighborhood, and they did feel that we should do something to reduce the herd. But what to do was, there was no agreement on what to do. Some people thought we should hunt, some people thought we shouldn't. there are some people in the neighborhood that feel so strongly that we should just get in there and shoot every deer we can see. There are some people who feel equally strongly that we should never allow hunting at all in the neighborhood. And they are in the category that Councilmember Larson was talking about. They don't understand that people have been hunting probably next door to them without them realizing it. At any rate, I think this resolution is a really good first step, and I appreciate the fact that Parks and Rec is willing to connect hunters with property owners, so I don't have to try to do that myself, and I really do appreciate it. And while we're talking about this, I would just mention to Mr. Fieber that there is a huge flock of wild turkeys roaming around the Third Ward now and crossing State Street and Brackett Avenue in large numbers, so you might want to put that onto your agenda for later.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Wild turkeys are.
Thank you, Madam President. I too agree this is an excellent plan, and I think we're compelled to take action, and sensitive and meaningful action, which I think this plan does. I have a small amendment that really is getting to the heart of, I think, responding to the public who has asked for some more communication. And so the amendment I have, if we were to look at our new resolution, there are bullets here. I would recommend we place this after bullet number 7. And that amendment reads, if hunting is allowed on public land, the City Council will hold a public hearing before any hunting would occur, in addition to meeting with and or notifying the neighborhood where the hunt would occur.
Did you provide a copy to the city clerk already?
I haven't, but I can pass this note over.
I would second that.
If hunting is allowed on public land, the city council will hold a public hearing and something after that.
Maybe I can offer to put my note on the screen.
Sure. And this seconded by Councilmember Strobel, I think I heard. So we have a motion before us. Did you want to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you. Really, just the motion is to, I think, just take an extra step to communicate with the public that we are interested in excellent communication and that we are committed to that, and that this would allow that. When I talked to Mr. Fieber, he indicated, and feel free to correct me if I'm misrepresenting anything, that this would be a reasonable step that we could accommodate.
Councilmember Strobel?
And I agree. I support the plan, but I was concerned about future notification of the public for any type of hunting in the public lands, and I thought it was important, rather than doing it administratively, that it did come back to council in those situations.
Councilmember Lewis?
The question I have, is this just a public hearing to inform, or would it actually require action from the council then before the hunt could be held?
The intention is a public hearing.
I don't know that we would call it actually a public hearing, as that has a very definite definition. A discussion could allow some clarification of the intent and scope and time, all that. So we could use chambers as a convening entity, I guess, to get some info out there. I think that's your intent. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this amendment to this. I think it's unnecessary and ineffective for every individual, and it's an unnecessary use of our time. I'm not opposed to communicating with the public. I think there's many ways we can do it, but I don't think that we need to be involved in this. This is a management plan that staff can deal with. They can communicate. We don't need to be involved in that.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis.
I will echo that I don't think I want just a meeting here to tell people. If this was something that would come back, that as council members, the electeds of this community, we might take the input we heard from that to maybe alter the plan, change the plan, I would support something that said the council got a chance to weigh in on that. But I agree, for us just to sit here on Monday night and hope people come up and listen to the explanations, that doesn't seem like it's worthwhile. And if we heard lots of objections and we heard things that concerned us, we basically are saying, but there's nothing we can do about it. So if we're going to do it on Monday night, then we should have action on Tuesday, or just let staff take care of it.
Perhaps there's a middle ground by crossing out the words public hearing. City council will ensure a meeting, or wishes, let's see, city council will require that it be informed a public meeting will occur. I have some reservations about the public hearing process also, just for the things that have been articulated. We're good conveners of info, but there are other convention strategies. So, Mr. Tebow, or Councilmember Tebow.
Thank you, Council President. I concur with Councilmember Lewis and Klinkhammer. I might put this in the area on council business. We could have it as an announcement. But we have many endeavors that staff does, and they communicate, and that is their job to communicate, be it snow plowing, be it road closings. They've got the mechanisms to do that. I am also sensitive to, if I was coming only to be listened to but not acted upon, then why did you ask me to come? So as a public, if I'm speaking, I would assume nay or yay, and we cannot act on that. It looks like this plan has identified the elements that need to be there. We agree that this plan is well thought out, well researched. It is the action we should do. And I think we have never seen staff not follow through on directives from council to communicate. So I would say leave it as is and not go for that, unfortunately.
Councilmember, okay. Further, Councilmember Manuel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I would say that really the intent is to communicate formally back with the public that we've heard them. It's not really, it's actually not a commentary on staff or management whatsoever. It's really a commentary on a formal way to say we hear the members and the public who have asked for, just to make sure that we're discussing this. And so it's one way to be responsive. And again, I would stress it's not commentary on our staff whatsoever. It's really more on being responsive to our public. And I would absolutely welcome if folks want to make amendments to this. This is really kind of a first foray into responsiveness to the public. If anybody had different language they wanted to use that would still kind of get to the heart of this, I would absolutely entertain that.
Councilmember Larson.
Would it be appropriate to offer a substitute amendment? Sure. And I wonder if the mover and seconder would consent to this. If a plan is made for hunting on public land, city staff will make public notice of the dates and times when the hunt is to occur. Well, no. City staff will make public notice before the land is opened up for hunting.
Is there a second? Maybe public notice and rigorous information campaign.
I'll try.
Okay. We have all kinds of people trying. So that's going to die for lack of a second. Okay. So we're going to move to Councilmember Mitchell.
And I think, Councilmember Larson, I don't think that's quite enough. I would take this and say if hunting is allowed on public land, and then I'm not sure what to say, but staff will meet with the neighborhood where the hunt would occur prior to the hunt.
Where the hunt will occur prior to the hunt. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Now we're considering a substitute, well, I guess it's an amendment to the motion to amend. Unless the mover wants to withdraw that motion right there.
Sure, I'll withdraw.
Okay. That motion is withdrawn, and we are now considering the second amendment offered by Councilmembers Mitchell and Emanuel. Councilmember Stroll.
Excuse me, for point of clarification, could I ask the mover to restate?
If hunting is allowed on public land, city staff will meet with the neighborhood where the hunt would occur prior to the hunt. It's a little hunty, but...
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis?
The concern I have with that is, what does meet with the neighborhood mean? You have some people who will go to their neighborhood association. I live in a small neighborhood. We just had a picnic. Of all the people that could have been there, you maybe get 10 to 12 families. So what does meeting with the neighborhood mean? And how would you notify them? To me, that's a little bit almost too broad. And we've seen it before where people will say, well, I'm part of that neighborhood association, but I never heard about this, or I live in that neighborhood and nobody ever told me about it. So I don't know that that solves the problem, because you're still back to who do you notify and when do you have the meeting and what constitutes meeting with the neighborhood. If they only meet with the neighborhood association president, have they fulfilled the obligation of meeting with the neighborhood?
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. With respect, I have a similar concern with that language because, for example, up in the Wells Field, obviously there is a neighborhood there, but I'm not aware of a neighborhood association. And how do you notify the neighborhood that there's a meeting? I guess door to door or a public announcement. I think if we just make a public announcement, if people want to meet with staff, they certainly can. But I'm not sure what that means to meet with the neighborhood.
Councilmember Klickhammer.
I don't think we should amend this at all, but if some of us feel that we need to put some salve on that, I think a good effort to inform the residents in the affected neighborhood is all that you need to do. I don't know if you want to amend that amendment or a replacement amendment, but that's fine. City staff does not need more meetings, nor do we. But if we feel that affected residents are entitled to additional notification, that's all that we need to do.
Okay. Councilmember Mitchell, I think I've seen your light on quite a bit.
Well, when I say meet with the neighborhood, I mean meet with the neighborhood association, because that's how we do business. And if a neighborhood doesn't have an association, I frankly don't know what to do about that. We don't know what to do about that now for anything. And the neighborhood associations are very effective in informing the neighborhoods. I've got 3 of them in my district and a 4th that I've adopted, and I spend a lot of time at neighborhood associations. And that is that is how we work with the neighborhoods. And so to say that it won't catch everybody is not to say we shouldn't work with the neighborhood association. So we could at least do that. And at least from my point of view, that one of the most critical areas is Putnam Park, and there's a very active neighborhood association there to meet with.
Councilmember Stroll.
I actually had an amendment. I thought I'll throw it out here at people. It was a simple amendment. But mine goes more to giving council future approval. And so I'm going to put it out there, and we'll see what everybody says. Mine would be right, I guess you could add it right at the very end after the now therefore be it resolved. And after, in this resolution, just put a comment and says, as the city council approves and resources allow.
I'll second.
Don't we have to vote on the one? We still have one on the floor. Unless you're amending the amendment, your motion is out of order. We can come back to it.
Okay, thank you.
We have to confine our discussion to the motion on the floor, which is offered by Councilmember Mitchell and seconded by Councilmember Emend. Councilmember Tebold.
Thank you, Council President. I think the seed of this started, and while I understand Councilmember Mitchell's point, much of the city does not have a neighborhood group, and this is public safety is the concern. So I draw us back to the question, is it not simply the announcement that we want council perhaps to have an announcement, and then maybe amend this to say that the staff shall provide notification and signage? That fits whether it's a neighborhood group that's established, one that's about to begin, one that doesn't exist. This can be effect, and also we have to watch the wording. If hunting is. When we start even with that, we have to go back to 2013 with Act 71 that says, well, it shall. So this is related to the subset when the city organizes some sort of concentrated effort. And in that concentrated effort, because we can't control the person with the tag, we can only control a certain limit of that. So I think notification and signage seems to be the gist of all of these discussions. We want to make people know. We can always then refer them to other, Park and Recs or whatever is the appropriate department for more understanding, et cetera. So I wouldn't be supporting, I'm more with Councilmember Klinkhammer on letting this go. I would like to add an amendment, if we felt it was necessary, to simply insist that notification be part of this.
Councilmember Bergman?
Can I ask a follow-up question of Mr. Fieber on that point? Is I'm trying to understand that Councilmember Tewald's statement of that this says if hunting is allowed on public land, but he's just saying that it isn't our discretion at this point through Act 71. But that's not the case, right? We would still have to go through a process to allow hunting on public land.
Correct. Correct.
So
Because Act 71 is valid on private land.
So that seems like an additional step where folks in neighborhoods and just around the city might really want to talk about that and get involved in that specific piece of this. So is it your feeling that maybe that could be considered a different issue or a more sensitive issue?
That's well, let me answer it this way. If we want to notify as many people as possible if there was going to be a sharpshooting event in a public park,
sure,
for obvious safety reasons. If we want to allow public hunting to happen on the Wells Field, we somehow have to let the public know that it's available to them. Because we can't say, you can hunt there and you can hunt there, but you can't and you can't. If we open it up to the public, it has to be open to the public, and it's a first come, first serve. As long as you have a tag, you can shoot a deer, you can hunt there. So there's a couple different things going on. What I think would tie our hands is if we went to the DNR and said we want to open up the Wells Field to a public hunt. Here's 25 additional tags. They give us the tags, we advertise the event, and then we come back and find out that council says we're having second thoughts about allowing this. So that's where I think we could have a problem with that language. Does that make sense?
I think that's a concern that's been expressed by us also.
Yeah.
So we're sort of moving away from that notion. Councilmember Larson?
Thank you. I want to clarify a point. The only land we're talking about opening up to public hunting is the Wells Field. There will never be public hunting in Putnam Park. So, it's not owned by us, first of all, but it's not our jurisdiction. And there's never been it's not part of the plan. There's never been a discussion about opening public hunting in Putnam Park. The hunting that we've been talking about in public park is a sharpshooting event, not allowing hunters to hunt deer in the park.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that distinction, but you cannot just put up a sign one day and say, well, there'll be sharpshooters in Putnam Park next Saturday at 2 o'clock. I mean, there is just no way that the neighborhood will appreciate that. Well, there has to be a conversation, and if you want to just limit it to the 3rd Ward, I guess okay, but I wouldn't. There has to be a conversation with the neighborhood so that they can ask questions. What's going to happen? Who's going to be there? You know, are you going to block it off? Are there going to be signs? You know, and I would think the same would be true at the Wells or any other place that we might end up hunting, allowing controlled hunting or regular hunting publicly. There's nothing wrong with this. This just says we'll meet with the neighborhood. If there isn't a neighborhood, then maybe you have to figure out something else. But please at least give us the opportunity to say they will meet with the neighborhood before they put up a sign that says we're gonna have an event in the park. Please.
Councilmember Lewis.
My concern, and I think it's what I saw in some of the emails that I received, is that people were concerned that tonight's action is automatically giving staff the permission to hold a hunt in the well fields. And we'll be able to make the decision of whether there's going to be sharpshooters or not. And I think that was a concern that they had, that while this is a plan and it uses words like they're going to explore the possibility of this and that, as a body, I think that some of our constituents would want us to actually have a vote. And we heard from Mr. Fieber that we don't want to delay his process. So maybe what it means is they explore what happens after Act 71 this year. He comes back as early as possible next year to say this isn't taking care of it. Would you authorize us to go get another 25 to 75 permits and authorize the use of public hunting next year in the Wells Field? I personally would feel a whole lot better that this council's making that decision, because right here it's saying we could maybe give them away, but we're not deciding is it first come, first serve? Do you have to have hunted for 25 years to get preference? We're not saying anything about how we think it should be run, and I would really like the council to weigh in and have the meetings like we have, listen to the input, and then draft a correct sharpshooter hunt or public hunt, and that the citizens weigh in, we make a vote, and then staff knows how to do it. I really have a concern, and I'll go back to my favorite one, was the goose hunt, where we talked about exploring possibilities of getting rid of geese, and all of a sudden one Friday we heard, hey, tomorrow they're coming and rounding up all the geese. That went from this to that, and I don't want us to be sitting here listening to constituents in another year going, wait a minute, when did you ever ask us this? When did you have the plan? Where was the discussion where you decided you wanted public hunting or sharpshooter hunting? Because we have not had that discussion as an elected body. So I would not support this. I think it's very simple to write what you're trying to say, is city staff will create a process to inform the community and neighbors prior to any scheduled hunt. If you want a bullet point like that, that's great. But I still think that an amendment like I heard here, which says this goes forward with council approval and as resources allow, solves the problem that as an elected body, we're going to listen and we're not going to have a sharpshoot or allow the use of public hunting tags until we make a decision as a body to do that. So I would offer that wording as a substitute to that, but not, but I still would like council approval before we move forward with anything.
Is that a motion?
Well, I think it just cleans up the I think it cleans up the language right there. So if Councilmember Mitchell and Emmanuel wanted a bullet point, or whoever's this is.
Point of order, I think we're actually on a different posted that didn't get posted. I believe Councilmember Mitchell had a draft of language.
That's it.
That is that one.
That's
If
it.
you recall the old show, never mind.
This just.
Are you amending that?
I was amending that, offering just maybe a little clearer one, taking out the word neighborhood, that says city staff will create a process to inform the community and neighbors prior to any scheduled hunt. And that just cleans that up, but doesn't necessarily change my objection that the council still needs to vote on it.
If hunting is allowed on public land, city staff will create
a
process
to inform the community and neighbors prior to any scheduled hunt.
Prior to any scheduled hunt. Okay. Are you okay with that, Madam City Clerk? Did you? One more time. One more time. She's having a hard time keeping up. So.
Okay. City staff will create a process to inform the community and neighbors prior to any scheduled hunt.
I think it begins if hunting is allowed on public land.
Right.
And we have a second by Councilmember Von Hayden.
And
Who wants to
if I
speak
may,
to that?
Yeah, just the reason I would second Monica's or Councilmember Lewis's motion is I think city staff would accomplish what Councilmember Mitchell wants to have happen, because once they make that announcement, and if we were going to do something in Putnam Park, they would know there's a strong neighborhood association, and that they would contact them and let them make the decision if they want a meeting or not. So would that accomplish what we're looking for?
Well, I think there's a couple other entities that we have no control over: the county, the school district, and Putnam Park. I think really what you're talking about is only on city-owned public land, not just.
No, I was talking about if the fire chief or the police chief, if the police chief authorizes a hunt anywhere, because you said he's the one that can authorize it.
Well, he can't. He is by the current counts, by the current ordinance, he can authorize one.
Okay, and who else could authorize one? So if
there are instances where the Parks and Recreation Director can do it on parkland if there's damage to property or public safety.
No, I think so. It goes back to what this says. If we're going to create if we authorize hunting on any public land, which is parks, school, anything, if we do that, I mean, I don't know that we can, but let's just say if you authorize it on public land, whoever does, they have to be notified. I wasn't trying to put a restriction on just Putnam Park or the Wellsfield.
Okay, and I didn't want to make it seem like we were going to authorize, the city was going to authorize hunting on someone else's public property.
Well, then it's only on the property you have the authority to authorize it on.
Right, but I think Act 71, if the school district wanted to allow hunting on some of its property, I don't think they need permission from us.
We could perhaps insert the words after allowed on city-owned public land. After the word on, city-owned public land.
What kind of information?
We're getting a little far afield of what I think this body's interested in is making sure that the public is informed about a public hunt, the potential of a public hunt. We have pressure from our constituents to bring this information to them. We definitely have that. We feel it and we heard it. So do you think this amendment is accomplishing that goal? So we have an amendment before us. Are you ready to vote? Amendment before us. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
No.
Larson.
Aye.
Lewis. Aye. Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
And that amendment, motion to amend the resolution passes. Are we now return to the resolution? Councilmember Strobel?
Now I actually want to offer that other amendment ahead, and we'll see where it goes. But that was the amendment that on the last there now therefore be it resolved that just a comma after the resolution, as the City Council approves and resources allow. And I'll speak to it if I get a second.
I'll second.
As the City Council approves and resources allow. Councilmember Strobel?
Yeah, I'm back to the same thing where I just don't necessarily want to take the approval process out of the City Council's hands on a potential sharpshooter hunt in city public land. And I don't think, from what I've heard, I don't think there's any excess burden on staff. I mean, we sit here and we approve every walking or running race that is held in this town. So I really don't think coming to us for approval on a sharpshoot is any excess burden, and I think it would satisfy the public that the council still has the final say on this.
Councilmember Mitchell?
The problem I see with this, Councilmember Strobel, is that you certainly don't mean that every one of these bullets has to be brought back to the council for approval, do you? For example, implementing Act 71 or sharing information about hunters, or actually any of them except the actual hunt. That's really what you're focusing on, isn't it?
That is what I'm focusing on.
I think that's not what your amendment says.
Councilmember Emmanuel?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question. Maybe, I don't know if this is for our city manager or city attorney. Does council even have authority to say that we would have to authorize some type of a sharpshooting event like this? Or are we taking power away from the chief of police? And are we allowed to even consider this?
Mr. City Manager?
I think we're starting to get two different topics kind of intertwined. The sharpshooting event, if you bring in sharpshooters, is really a program of services budget discussion item. As Mr. Fieber has indicated, if we were to remove 300 deer out of our inventory, it would cost $75,000, and obviously that would have to go through, as we mentioned earlier, the budget process and be appropriated in that step. That's a little bit different than the current ordinances dealing with a hunt on public land. And so while we're kind of talking about some things that could be related, there really are two separate events. The hunting on public land could happen independent of a sharpshooting, a decision to bring in sharpshooters to basically thin the herd.
Councilmember Larson?
Thank you. That's been a point I've been trying to make for some time now. Public hunting is specifically mentioned in here in the Wells area for approximately 10 to 14 days in December 2006 to January 2016 to January 2017. That's the only reference to public hunting in this plan, as far as I know, in the Wells field. The sharpshooting event is a specific program, a specific event that occurs on 1 or 2 days for a few hours in the evening. I understand the need for public notification. I think that's great. I don't think the city council needs to have it revisited with a public hearing and a vote on a resolution. We've had this discussion yesterday and today. We have a resolution that's a public document. The discussion has been made. We are now going to decide whether or not we want to approve these programs, and I don't think we need to revisit it. So I won't support the amendment.
Councilmember Strobel?
Just to speak to Councilmember Larson, or maybe ask the question then, these particular bullet points do say will allow public hunting in the Wells area in 10 to 14 days on those specific dates. But we're approving a deer management plan that could change, could be different. What happens in 2019, 2020?
We make a new plan. This is the plan we have. If it goes outside of these bullet points, then I guess the staff can come back to us and make a new plan. But this is the plan that we're voting on today.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
And I think we've got, as our city manager said, I think we're kind of doubling into a couple different things. First of all, the sharpshooting type of event is mentioned here, but after, not this budget, but starting for the next year's budget, if an analysis is made that we need to use sharpshooters, that would come back in our budget process as a proposal. Then we would make a decision, the council would make the decision if they would want to do it or not. If they say no, they don't want to do it, even though they may recommend that we have excess deer, that's when that decision would be made. The bow hunting one, that again is a year away, and I think as we'd get a report on this, if council would see that that's not appropriate to do it, or would hear enough concerns, they could make an adjustment on it, because it is a full year out. But the sharpshooting one definitely requires council approval through the budget process whenever that would occur. And that won't occur this year, but may occur the next year, and that's when the council would make the decision if they feel it's a valid item or not. And so I don't think there's a real concern in this document related to that. This just merely says we could do this, but if we're going to do this, we'd have to put it in the budget, and that would take a council approval.
So we have a motion before us offered by Councilmember Strobel, and we have a second, and we've had considerable discussion. I believe we're ready to vote on this last motion to amend, which inserts the words "as the City Council approves and resources allow" at the very end of the whole resolution. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
No.
Kincaid?
No.
Klinkhammer?
No.
Larson?
No.
Lewis?
Aye.
Mitchell?
No.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
No.
Von Hayden?
No.
And that motion fails 7 to 4. We're back to the resolution. Have we cleaned up all the motions on your list? No?
We have.
Okay. We're back to the resolution with
We are
one
back
amendment.
to the resolution. I just wanted to hopefully clarify one more thing without creating too much more controversy, but I'm the attorney, so that's what I do. I agree almost entirely with what Councilmember Von Hayden said, and I think echoing my city manager. The clarification is that the codes allow for a limited nuisance sharpshooting event, in my opinion. As Mr. Fieber referenced, there's authority under our Parks Code. I think it's 972 or 76. 76. Yeah. For a sharpshooting type event on parks if we're experiencing damage. That is something that by code Parks and Recreation Director has authority to authorize. Generally, I would agree that it's likely going to be something that you're going to see in the budget before it would occur. But there is, there's budgetary authority on the executive side without it being specifically identified. If there's parks operation budget that can handle it, I'm not going to say that that couldn't be done. I mean, there's not that fine of line item control, in my opinion, on the legislative side. And in the code, it permits that to happen if there's park damage that's occurring there that the Director of Parks and Rec would have to determine. The Chief of Police has limited authority under the recent bow hunting. So that code deals with discharge of firearms. That's 932, if I'm keeping it all right. Yeah, so firearms. So potential for a certain broader hunt under our bow hunting. However, we also have 930, which is expressly dealing with hunting on city-owned property, and that's a flat-out prohibition. So to me, sharpshooting is not hunting. It is deer management, or like the geese. I mean, that is not a hunt. That is management of nuisance animals. It's not hunting. So those sort of limited abilities to do sharpshooting, at least by your code, I mean, you can choose by policy here, or otherwise to somehow limit it, but those sort of things do reside on the executive side right now by your code of ordinances. A hunt, to actually open up a public hunt on city property, whether in the Wells or on any other city property, would take a code amendment in the future and would come back to council.
Thank you for that clarification. We are back to the resolution with the one amendment. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Zhang.
Aye.
Emanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Lewis. Aye. Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
No.
And that resolution passes 10-1. That brings to an end our business agenda. We have one ordinance for action tonight. Item 20 is an ordinance adopting the update to the Eau Claire Comprehensive Plan 2015. Council members have questions? On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Larson. Item 20 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk.
I have a
Councilmember Lewis.
We had a letter from the county asking us to consider changing, and I'm sorry now with all this, my battery actually went dead on my iPad, to change that land use plan around there. And I would actually like to offer an amendment that we would accept what was written in that county's letter. Do you have it? I can find it. And it was in last night's documents. It's not in today's deal. And while they had a lot of suggestions there was just one letter that clearly talked about an agreement about the land and the campus layout there, and I was...
Perhaps the motion could accept the county's letter in regards to the Eau Claire Government Center campus plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer. Councilmember Lewis, to your amendment?
Well, I think that we've done a good job of creating a joint effort down there, and all of the planning and all of the community effort that went into not having it there, putting it there, everything that we did. There were a lot of agreements that were made with the county to have that happen, and I think that we saw that they did build for future development. They've got a whole story they didn't complete. And I think we knew those plans, and I feel a little bad that we would step backwards from that. This doesn't seem to me a lot to ask, and we're being good partners with them. We share that facility down there, and I would hope that we could honor this request.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. The Plan Commission took up this issue twice, and It came as a result of the new Randall Park Neighborhood Association plan, in which they asked that the comp plan show the 3 houses along First Avenue at the corner of Lake and First, the 3 houses along First, that the comp plan show those as residential. They're zoned residential right now, and that's different than showing them as residential, as you know, on the land use plan. The 3 properties are in good condition, and the Randall Park neighborhood sees them as sort of a buffer between the county courthouse complex and the rest of the neighborhood. So as you come over Lake Street, you see residential both along First and along Lake Street. You'll see in Mr. Moore's letter that the county has no immediate plans for expanding into that area. And so the Plan Commission twice felt that we would support the neighborhood's request, and that if the county's plans change, we could amend the comp plan. But more likely, if the county's plans changed 10 years from now when the plan is updated, then we could take a look at it again. So we felt it was important to support the neighborhood at this point because we're working on revitalizing that neighborhood. This was, I think, actually a small thing for the county, but a big thing for the neighborhood. So that's why the Plan Commission changed the land use map. And I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay. We have a motion before us to amend the comprehensive plan update, which says, Councilmember Lewis moves to amend the comprehensive plan to the extent that we accept the county's letter in regards to the Eau Claire County Government Center campus plan. Further discussion? Councilmember Stroll?
Yeah, I just had a question maybe for Councilmember Mitchell. If these properties are zoned R1 and the county came back later and had plans for them, wouldn't they have to be rezoned at that time, and then there would have to be another hearing through the Plan Commission as well, either way?
Yes, either way, they have to be rezoned. They're zoned RM right now, but yeah, either way, they'd have to be rezoned.
Councilmember Larson?
And they could be at that time. You know, if the county actually comes up with a plan sometime down the road, years from now, accepting our comprehensive plan the way it is now doesn't prevent that from happening in a number of years. It's just that they have no plan to do that right now, and the neighborhood would like the buffer, and the Plan Commission accepted that twice.
Councilmember Lewis?
Having attended their meeting about a year ago, there was a discussion there about those buildings. I was there when they were starting to do the neighborhood comp plan. And one of the things that I heard, whoever was there from the city, there were some issues with water on that corner one and flooding, I thought. And so I thought while they wanted them, there were some reasons that maybe at least that one house on the corner should go away anyway. The other concern I have here is as a property owner. Okay, we're going to leave this R1 and we're going to say our comprehensive plan says this is an R1 home, so please go buy it. Spend your $125,000, maybe $200,000, put $60,000, $70,000 worth of improvements in it, and expect you're going to raise your family there. And we're saying here, though, that if in 10 years the county, because they did build this, they may have plans, we would come back then and say now your home is going to be changed because the land use is going to revert back. And so to me, I like the idea more of keeping it in the back of someone's mind that if you're buying this land, it is very possible that it's going to go back. And I think we paint a false picture that, well, this year when they approved it, it's R1 and we want you to buy it and have a single family home. But in 5 to 10 years, we may just come through and say we're changing our mind.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Just for the record, this is not about zoning, and it's not zoned R1, it's zoned RM, and this is not about zoning. This is about a land use map which shows what we expect the used to be. It's not about zoning. So if you buy the house and it's zoned RM and somebody wants to do something else with it, they have to have it rezoned, which is a whole much bigger process.
Okay. We have a motion to amend before us. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel?
No.
Kincaid?
No.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
No.
Lewis?
Aye.
Mitchell?
No.
Strobel?
Aye.
Tewald?
No.
Von Hayden?
No.
Worthman?
No.
Zhang?
Aye.
And that motion fails 7-4. We're back to the comprehensive plan as presented. Further discussion. Councilmember Larson?
Thank you. I just want to make some comments about the process and highlight a few points in the comprehensive plan. We had numerous meetings with our Citizens Advisory Committee and staff, and our consultant met one-on-one with community members and with council members to develop this plan, which is a review of the 2005 plan. There were 3 major planning areas that were identified in this process. Number 1 is household income and employment, with an eye to promoting the growth of living wage jobs and reducing poverty, unemployment, and underemployment, particularly in households with children. This was a theme that was brought up many times at the Citizens Advisory Committee meetings, and it enlightened many of the decisions that were made with regard to our future plans for the city. The second one is neighborhood improvement, particularly in our older neighborhoods, and then continuing the momentum we have with our downtown redevelopment. As I said, the importance of reducing poverty enlightened many of the planning decisions that were made throughout the process. In the transit section chapter, we point out that we want to continue to support the effort to create a passenger rail connection to the Twin Cities and a new downtown bus transfer station. In economic development, our land use chapter will be creating more commercial property zoning in the Menominee Street area and targeting Menominee Street in the Cannery District and other areas for redevelopment and better land use. The downtown plan contemplates an indoor market at the Cannery District for sale of locally grown produced food, crafts, and et cetera, possibly with an incubator center for a small family income business. Improving the quality of life, particularly for our lower income families. Transportation chapter includes a development of Galloway Street as a downtown access corridor, relieving the traffic on Birch Street neighborhood and the school zone there. Working towards an interchange at Cameron Street and Interstate 94, providing more direct access to downtown for commercial purposes. And projects that will significantly reduce the noise from freight rail throughout the city. Our neighborhoods chapter, which is a new chapter this year in the comprehensive plan, focuses attention on our older neighborhoods through projects like creating a new chapter for neighborhood districts, with the possibility of creating a nonprofit neighborhood development corporations. Improving the condition of our alleyways, registration and inspection of rental properties, and holding a neighborhood planning summit. So it's been a long process. A lot of work was put into it by a lot of people. If we look back at 2005, where our focus was redeveloping the center of our city, we've had tens of millions of dollars of investment since then and jobs created. So I can't speak enough about, first of all, how much I've learned in this process as my first time on the Plan Commission and going through a process like this, but also the belief that I have that planning ahead and working to get as much citizen participation in these planning processes as possible is the key to the success of this plan. So I'm excited to see what will happen in the next few years.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
I just want to acknowledge the citizens that worked on the committee for 10 months and actually a little bit longer than that, and the staff who put a lot of time into helping with the draft, and particularly Mr. Tufte, who is by far an expert leader in this kind of planning process and really did a good job of helping us through. And finally, Angie Seichter, who took her new job in the Community Development Office the day this process started and really kept the group organized and worked really hard for us. So I want to thank everybody that was involved.
Okay, good discussion. Councilmember Strobel?
No, I would just like to echo that and thank my fellow council members Larson and Mitchell, who were on the Plan Commission and probably sat through a lot of meetings with a lot of information. That's a lot of work. I appreciate that. And then also the city staff as well for all the work they did, all the interviews they did with the public ahead of time. So good job.
Okay, I think we're ready. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Lewis?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall? It's gone. Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Zhang?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye. And that ordinance is adopted. Mr. Tufte, you can retire now. Not right now, but. There are 3 ordinances for introduction tonight. An ordinance rezoning property on the west side of Mercantile Drive north of Colip from C3P to C2P. An ordinance rezoning property on the east side of Cypress Street south of Hamilton from TR1A to C2P to adopt a general development plan for a memory care facility. And an ordinance amending provisions of the zoning code pertaining to rooming houses, requiring a conditional use permit for new rooming houses. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take up any item tonight? I see no such desire. I would remind council that we will be adjourning immediately to the North Conference Room. There is food, and the meeting will take no longer than 1 hour.
Madam President, typically on the agenda we have announcements and directives, and I think it got missed on this agenda, and I do have a few announcements.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This morning, we had a couple of council members and the council president appear at the ribbon cutting for the Biscuit Lofts, and I was given an opportunity to make a few comments. And for those that aren't aware, Biscuit Lofts is now open. They have about 15 units leased out of 22 units. They have some other applications on the way. It's kind of an exciting project in that it allows affordable housing for our community. They did a fabulous job in maintaining the historic nature and shell of the building and incorporated new residential units in the interior. I think those that had the opportunity to attend would attest that it's a fine reuse of a building, and it is something that we were able to put on the tax roll and not tear down, but just reuse a shell. And it took a little bit of work to get there, and we were very proud of the effort that the city did and city council did to help get this project underway, because it did have some bumps in the road, but we also were able to take advantage of some historic tax credits, or the developer was, in order to make the project work. On September 28th, there is the ribbon cutting for the CVTC Energy Education Center. So you might want to put that on your calendar as well. On October 4th, there is a memorial service for fallen firefighters at the Florian Gardens at 1 p.m. And as we talked a couple of times this evening, we talked about appropriations and we talked about program and services and budget. And I just want to call to your attention that October 8th would be the first meeting on the 2016 program of services or our budget as we get through this budget process and season. Also, I really would like to draw to your attention that our City of Eau Claire Parks and Recreation and Forestry Department had the opportunity for the second straight year to be a finalist for a gold medal award. For the second year, we came up just a little bit short, but just being a finalist was a pretty important achievement. We do have an accreditation and award, but this award really just kind of symbolizes the excellence and the leadership of our Parks and Rec services in Wisconsin. There was only 2 agencies that were nominated and were a finalist. Unfortunately, neither Wisconsin community won the finalist award, but we were named as one of the finalists. And the program acknowledged some of the effort that the Parks and Recreation Department has done as far as expanding our infrastructure in a park and rail and walking system, and also the efforts of our Park and Rec Department as far as economic development. So I would like to personally thank Mr. Fieber and his staff for their fine leadership in the field of parks and recreation forestry management.
I think we have a gold medal, actually.
Next year.
A plaque, something.
We do.
Yeah. Yay.
Cool.
Nice. Congratulations.
So we did lose. We took second place to Oak Park, Illinois, and I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but Oak Park is a community of 52,000, and just for comparison purposes, our Park and Rec budget in Eau Claire is $8 million a year for all our Parks and Rec. Theirs is $22 million. So that's sometimes the resources that we're competing with some of these. And we had a similar story with Kettering, Ohio last year. So we feel very proud of our staff being able to provide the level of services that they do with the budget they have. I couldn't imagine having a $22 million Park and Rec budget, but give me a shot. I'd try. Thank you.
And congratulations. Any other announcements or directives by council members? On a motion then by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. This meeting is adjourned without objection.
This was a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. This program was recorded and presented by Chippewa Valley Community Television. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or